going forward with this game series, period, because look at Shantae.
Yeah.
Her beautiful Arabian harem outfit.
Yeah, but then you see the giant, like, fish woman, and you know, oh yeah, no, there's a lot of art. This one, she's gonna...
Look, she's icing on the cake.
No wonder the mermaids are attacking. He's captured their queen. Oh, it's a mermaid queen. Of course it is. All you want to do is give a hug to a giant woman. A giant woman! Steven, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. Damn.
Fake happy attitude trying to get his attention is annoying. Stop it.
I just want to have a good night with Damien.
If it matters so much, why don't you get a room already? In fact, get two, so you can suck him off in one and I'm over if you're so fucking thirsty.
Wow.
Olivia!
Oh! Oh, wow! I think this is the first time I've ever seen Damien actually mad, man. Holy shit. Wow.
I'm over the edge of the paper!
Ha 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 ha. Meta joke. Ha ha ha.
James, I was this close to as like a fucking to Boyle's phone. I almost grabbed my fucking laptop and like slammed it, but then I realized, oh wait, no, I need that to fucking communicate and do this. That would have been a horrible idea.
Seconds.
That's the last tree you cut, blubber butt. What?
Alright, give me your egg. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve that egg. Oh, okay, that sounded extra mean. Okay.
Your child will never be born.
See, that sounds even meaner.
I know.
He's not gonna finish anything. Don't worry.
His legacy will be. I hope he likes his legacy because it's not gonna be great.
Don't worry, the dragons are coming. I promise. Okay.
Wiener, 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 wiener. Do you want
one wiener next to another wiener, 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 wiener. What about the pizza? Don't worry. Shh.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Who wants a bunch of poison sumac blossoms?
What? No, I'm really allergic to this stuff.
Don't scratch it. You'll make it worse. Yeah, this is really getting gross. Maybe I should block your view? No? Are you sure? Okay, you asked for it.
Oh, I don't feel very good.
Swollen Sonic.
By the way, that's a real Sonic character, by the way.
You know what I think of every time I see the slime girl, Nick? Oh my gosh, it's the blob! Look out! It's right behind you! I'll save you!
I'll save you!
You get my vision, slime lady best head. How did you get... Chelsea, how did you get a Family Guy joke and make it about slime girl hentai? Is there something you want to tell me, Chelsea? Chelsea, you want to tell me something?
Eat needle burgers, pepperoni needle pizza, chicken needle soup.
Oh, for crying out loud. It has nothing to always do with needles.
You know. Here you go, some delicious berries from the needleberry.
Wait, Nick! No, come back! Miss advice was... Even from here, I can see the emotions are displayed on her face. Anger, sorrow, betrayal, and yet...
躊躇はいるんだ。
Oh, let's go! Our load shark is forklift certified! Hell yeah!
てめえら生命保険もかけてねえ人間勝手に殺すんじゃねえよ。
Let's go! Oh, this is great!
おいシャダ逃げるぞ。ほら待て。
Come on! Okay, there's only one thing left to do. The message is clear. Hug me, gator girl. We'll work this all out. It's happening! The message goes ignored as she tries to maneuver around me. I step in the way and lean closer. My hands finally landing on her. It's animated! Oh my gosh! I don't know long how some time is, only that it's later. I'm not in the convention center anymore. I haven't been in ages. She's still alive!
Oh my gosh, I was right!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, it's worse!
Oh, it is! We were talking about this like the last time we were playing this, how she'd still be alive!
All Yakuza bosses having a rank. So like, surprised it's not.
She's kicking my ass. Oh no!
It's not. Oh, 6 Tojo Clan, 6 chairman.
Oh, let's go! Gun! I finished off with a gun! Yeah! Shotgun power! Oh, let's go! Feel the heat! Yeah! Just shoot him! He's gonna come at me with all those combos. I just pull out a gun.
You pull out the glicky.
Yeah. Robotnik's hovercraft, and we find an island in the sky. Angel Island, let's go! No. Oh! Oh! Of course! Oh, of course! The issue with Knuckles! Who else would be here? Who else would be here? Script by Mike Kantarovich, and there he is! It's our boy! Ken Penders! Of course Ken's gonna be in the fucking issue that Knuckles shows up! Of course! Oh my gosh. And it's in an issue dedicated to Jack Kirby? Oh my goodness, Oh, why isn't Nick here? Why is Nick not here? This is, okay. Oh my gosh. So Ken's, of course Ken, what we should do, we should just be like those Anglo-Saxon barbarians you were telling me about, Matchstick, and just pray to God that, to, you know, lay siege to our enemies, and then maybe in turn, he'll cool down the weather. All we have to do is just pillage in the name of Jeebus, and there we go. The weather will cool down. It's gonna work.
You know, they weren't Anglo-Saxons. They were the Franks.
They were Franks. But still, you know, the point still stands. You know, all we gotta do is just be like those Anglo-Saxons. Just go, God, just smite my enemies, and in turn, can you cool off this area? It's hot as shit over here. Trees rotor. A piece of fruit. Oh no! What's up, rotor? Tails ate the only apple I've ever been able to grow on the Mobian Tree of Wisdom. The what? Wait! Is this how Tails becomes smart? This is how Tails becomes smart? He literally had an Adam and Eve moment and ate the fucking forbidden fruit? Wow! Oh my gosh, why is Nick not here? Why is Nick not here? If this is how he becomes smart, I'm gonna. Oh my gosh. When a game starts proper, I'm faced with a very specific problem. I'm not good at video games. No! Now Inko's like me for real, for real.
He's just like you for real.
No! I'm good at watching them and listening to other people dissect them. No! Stop being relatable, you piece of shit. You know what? Second thought, fuck Inko. He's too relatable. But but I do not play them. You've been bad boys. But you can have your toys back anyway. We made a few. Oh! Oh my gosh! Let's go, Nick! Sonic got woke! Let's go! I can make that joke now. Sonic got woke! Oh! This is great! Oh my gosh, I'm having so much. I'm having so much fun. This is great.
Why are we all looking at the giant licorice rip?
A scratchy voice draws my attention, and I turn to see. Alright. Ooh! Hello! That's actually really good! What is wrong with her? Mystique is Mystique just the biggest hater in comics?
Yeah, she did start off as the nemesis of Carol Danvers.
Oh, that's right.
And apparently she murdered her boyfriend.
Oh. Okay, Mystique. Very cool. Very cool, there. Murdering your own boyfriend. That's cool.
Yeah, and she did create she is responsible for Rogue, and Rogue,
right.
And I think she did sick Rogue on Ms. Marvel to take her out.
Oh my goodness.
Alone. And I did write her that way in my Ms. Marvel fanfic. Yeah, I kind of implied that. Yeah, Rogue was a weapon. So.
Oh, I see.
Mystique. Yeah. Mystique is probably the worst.
What is? Gosh, what's wrong with that bitch?
Like, in terms of X-Men villains, you can't really be mad at the Sentinels because they're programmed that way. So you got Trask.
They're just big
Trask.
robots.
You got Trask who created the Sentinels, so of course he has hater energy. Apocalypse has
yeah, but Trask
some hater energy.
Like the Sentinels and like those kind of people, they just hate the mutants in general. But like Mystique though, like every time you talk about her, like she's just got something. There's just something about her. Like she's specifically. Like
she's just a massive bitch.
Yeah.
Every time you see her.
It's like gosh.
Her most sympathetic. Okay, so there's only 2 sympathetic portrayals of Mystique.
Okay.
The second half of the Fox films.
But the major caveat is that she's played by what's her name?
I know what you're talking about. Is it Jennifer Lawrence?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like her.
You don't
I don't like her acting.
I think
Yeah,
she's
but
I don't like dislike her as a person, but I don't think she's a good actor.
She's fine as an actress. I think
They also just really put her on her pedestal.
That I do.
And it just really annoying. And it just I just have massive apathy for that.
They really push the whole.
The problem.
They really push.
Well, the thing is that it wasn't just Mystique. They put Beast, Magneto, and Xavier, and like they made sure all like those 4 are like your constant throughout all the films.
Right.
Yeah, but
anyway.
but they
really.
For Mystique, it really felt like they put her on a pedestal, like compared to the others.
They did really
like disregarding that being a constant.
They really tried their best to sell Mystique. It's like, oh my gosh, Mystique.
They failed.
I think they did fine, but
Yeah, it was
But
okay.
the other sympathetic portrayal is X-Men Evolution.
I don't remember that.
Stretching the word sympathetic a bit. She has sympathetic moments, but you know she's still a massive bitch.
Yeah, it's like I said, most sympathetic writing. That implying most other versions of her are total bitches. Awful. Like she straight up told Nightcrawler, "I didn't want you."
That is
in
that
the
is
90s
true.
Show.
That is true. She did do that. She's just like, you're. She says upset to Nightcrawler, bitch, you were a failed abortion. Fuck you. It's like, wow. You're gonna say that to Mike Bowie, to my king Nightcrawler? By the way, Nightcrawler's great. King Nightcrawler, the goat.
One of the oldest memories I have of my mom,
except for the comics version. But
is that
well, fortunately for you, Ninjato, I don't read X-Men comics.
the oldest memories I have of my mom is wait, hello? Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
What? Okay. I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys weren't responding to what I was saying, so it was like
Oh.
one of the oldest memories I have of my mom is I had like this one of those old Marvel posters of everybody on, and then she was like, she pointed Mystique and she, yeah, that girl. I really don't like her.
I don't like that woman.
Movies, but
Oh.
it's just funny.
That is funny. I don't like that Mystique woman. You know, I think she's a bit problematic. That's funny.
But another yeah, like the whole in the context of why Nightcrawler managed to Detective Mystique, she lured him into like a Friends of Humanity base,
Oh my
you know,
God.
the anti-mutant group, because her son her son.
Wait, this bitch
Who's
has
a
more than
human
one children? Well, okay, no,
Yeah.
that's of course she does. But who's the child she actually wanted?
Rogue.
Rogue? So she's.
I imagine that Mystique is a person that has just like a massive list of what's the word for it?
What are you?
Criteria.
Criteria?
Just like bastards.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
What is wrong with her? That woman. Oh my gosh. Just every time you talk about her, it's like, goodness, woman, what is wrong with you? Well, there's a lot wrong with you, but gosh. Oh my goodness.
It tells you something that the most sympathetic portrayals are from the Fox films and X-Men Evolution, and just because X-Men Evolution like shows that she actually wanted to have Nightcrawler, wanted to be in his life as a baby.
But then you're telling me that comic Rogue just no, it was the 90s is show Rogue just bitch. I don't want you. Oh, it's also in the comics. She bitch, I don't want you. It's like, oh wow, you gonna say it again? You gonna yeah, Ray Nightcrawler's basis. You gonna say that to my Catholic king, huh? I'm not even Catholic, and I think Nightcrawler's great. You gonna tell that to his face? Screw you, woman. It's like, oh my goodness. Oh my god.
And yet people, people wanted to be, the comic writers wanted us to be excited for the Mystique Destiny wedding issue, where she invited all the X-Men to their wedding.
What is that? The Destiny issue. Wait, who's she
wedding issue?
Who's she getting married to?
A woman who has the ability to see the future, but who's blind.
Okay.
She usually hangs. Yeah, she usually hangs around with Mystique.
Oh, wait. so this bitch Mystique is just
You've seen her in evolution.
okay.
You've seen her in an evolution. She was like that foster parent of a rogue that was blind.
Oh, okay. Wait. So you're telling me this bitch Rogue would rather go around frolicking with this blind woman than accept Nightcrawler into her life? Wow.
One thing you said Rogue instead of Mystique.
Oh, right. My bad. Mystique. You're telling me
Mystique would also do that.
Oh, but but my point still stands. This bitch Mystique's like, all right, I'm gonna just start, doing it with this lady. It's like, and the Nightcrawler's like, mother, is that you?
In books,
Bitch, I don't want you. It's like, what is wrong?
In
with
books
you,
says
woman?
that Mystique ends up in an abusive relationship with her as the abuser.
Oh my gosh. Jeez.
Tell me that wouldn't happen.
Well, I mean, like, based on like everything I know about Mystique, like, I don't know, not the most, shocking thing I've heard, but still, it's like, gosh.
You wanna? So other previous men that she's been with, Sabretooth. That's how we got.
She did it with Sabretooth?
Yeah, and that's how you get the.
Oh yeah, Azazel.
How you get the human extremists
Oh.
that in the '90s show that wanted to kill.
Wait, that's
this-
her. She's her. Wait. Grayson Creed is her son.
Yes.
That's even funnier. Nothing Sneak is his mom.
I just find it so interesting. This woman's like literally will do anything to not be with Nightcrawler. It's like
She also fucked a guy that looks like a devil. Azazel.
That's how we got Nightcrawler.
wow.
Remember from First Class? Azazel. Devil looking dude.
Yeah. I remember.
Let's not mention about Chris Claremont's original idea that became canon.
What original idea?
Yeah, Chris Claremont originally wanted Destiny to be the mother and Mystique being the father.
Wait, father?
Shapeshifting.
No, but
That's interesting, and I think it would have worked better at that time than now.
wait, but no, that doesn't make sense. Though. Wait. Okay, wait, hold on.
That's look.
Wait,
You're
Wait,
the
hold
reason
on.
you're trying to comprehend it. Look, comic book logic. Look, it would have been comic book logic, but that was one of the reasons why it got shut down by the editors.
Wait, I'm
trying to. Wait, I'm actually trying to think here, though. Like, so yeah,
Magic,
she can
we
shapeshift.
are out of sync, so.
Wait, but okay, so if she could, she can shapeshift into a man now, and then she can, produce the baby making stuff.
She could have done. She could do that since the beginning. But the weird part would be her making so that she can make the genetic material.
That's wait. So
turns out it's actually Sabretooth that's the mother, and
wait. So if she can,
Mystique that's the father.
if she can do all that shapeshift and stuff, how come she can't? How come then she can't copy the powers of the people she's imitating? Because now
Those are the
because now shapeshifting is now on a genetic level, right? So like, what's to stop her from shapeshifting into Wolverine?
I'm imagining
she's got the actual
Mystique
claws or not?
trying to get in a claw fight with Wolverine, and Wolverine just cuts her hands off.
Like, wouldn't that also mean then Mystique can have a healing factor too? If she could just shapeshift.
I think she
someone,
actually does. Let me just check her.
Okay.
I think she technically does. Let me just check.
All right.
Let's check powers.
Oh, excuse me. I'm not even that big of a like. Again, I'm not even that big of like an X-Men guy. I just always assumed that like the whole copying, shape-shifting stuff is like a superficial thing. Like, yeah, she could look like Wolverine. Doesn't mean she actually, can have his powers.
She can.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
she
she
can go
has
close.
Okay, she does have accelerated healing.
Okay.
Allows her to repair wounds, regrow limbs, and regenerate herself from minor to near-death injuries in a short span of time, much faster than an ordinary human.
Uh-huh.
And retaining the mimic form even when drugged or unconscious. So...
Okay. Okay, was that... Only now Marvel comic is retarded? They made a canon ray? Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to, like, think this through. I don't know. Does that make me, like, autistic or something? That, like, I'm, like, thinking this through? Like, okay.
Oh, yeah. At one point, she could... She could split herself into two separate individuals at the same time. At one point.
Oh.
She was trying to seduce Gambit. To screw with... I'm pretty sure to screw with Rogue.
Wait, okay, was she... Wait, I thought Rogue was the one that the child she wanted. Why she tried to screw with her own child now? What
is
this woman's... What is this woman's motive? I thought you...
Being a bitch, okay? Being the worst, like, let's be honest. Like, it was her actions that set the events of the original Days of Future Past story timeline. So, it would have been a net positive to actually use time travel to go back in time to kill Mystique.
Okay.
Like, if Bishop really wants to protect his timeline and stuff, why don't he just go back in time, wait until after Nightcrawler gets born, and then pop, pop, pop?
Like this. I'm just sorry. Like does she want Rogue, or does she not? No,
because I think this was when Mystique quote unquote reformed as a good guy.
Okay.
But by that point, Rogue has been years away from Mystique's influence and doesn't like Mystique for obvious reasons.
Who would? After everything I've heard, who would want to be with that bitch? Goodness.
Like, it was Mystique's orders for her to absorb Ms. Marvel's powers to such an extent that Ms. Marvel's psyche was in Rogue. Part of it.
Oh, okay.
And it was driving her insane. Like, in the 90s cartoon, it drove her so mad that in order for Xavier to help her, was to literally wipe her memory of everything before the instant, like, from the time she got her powers to when she joined the X-Men.
Wow.
That was how bad Mystique screwed her over.
Fuck Mystique. Like, gosh. What an asshole. Goodness. Oh my gosh. I can't believe. Ugh. Wow. All right.
But now you can't hate on her now because lesbians.
Oh, of course. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mystique. I didn't know. I don't care. I don't care if Mystique's lesbian. She wants to get it on with that blind girl, that blind chick. Good for her. Well, the part that gets me is like
blind chick
the part that gets
nearly kill Senator Kelly with a crossbow.
Oh, okay. Well, like she wants to be a lesbian. Go ahead. I don't care. What gets me is she would rather go around with this blind bitch than be with her own son. It's like, oh yes, I'm a proud lesbian now with this blind woman. Nightcrawler comes to her, it's like, mother, is that you? Fuck off. It's like, wow, fuck you, Mystique, fuck your heart.
Not to mention Bryce and Creed. Like, you really no time to be a
You
mom
guys
with
want to start with
Creed.
topics?
Oh, what's that?
You guys want to start?
Gonna start the topics. Okay.
We were just joking.
I'm sorry. We got. Well, look.
I'm kind of tired and I want to do it while I have the energy.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay then. All right.
We'll just make fun of Franco.
Franco. All right.
Or oh, I can get you. He was made fun of by his own troops for having a high-pitched voice and a potbelly.
Ah, I see.
I'm thinking of James Franco with a high-pitched voice that
Franco?
with the Dr. Eggman gut. Like, I'm just imagining him with James Franco in that fat suit that Jim Carrey was in.
Oh yeah.
Sonic 3, and him spinning around going, ah!
Ah! James Franco, you have visitors. Oh, I guess I should have mentioned. I guess I should also just mention real quick, because might as well, in case anyone on the replays getting confused what's going on. We're switching the order of topics real quick. We're gonna do Magic's topic first, and then we'll do the rest of the topics. So, all right. So, what does Fat James Franco have to do with Spain?
He's not fat. He just has a potbelly.
Oh, okay.
But let us introduce the principal actor for the Nationalists.
Mm.
Let's see here.
So this is the Spanish Civil War. Why did it happen?
Just a second. There's our cuddly little dictator.
Okay, I want to see this guy.
I think.
Wow, look at that. He managed to beat Hitler in smallest mustache. Would you look at that? Yeah, it's like, oh, Hitler's gonna have, the little, short patch. I could do better. Stripe. My mustache is a stripe.
But here, I'll post a few maps.
Wow. I never thought I would see someone with a smaller mustache than Hitler's. That's something else.
Not that hard.
No, but look, the Hitler stash is, better or worse, it is kind of iconic, cause once you see that stash, you immediately think of, oh, German Nazi, and then this guy's, but it's just funny to see this guy's like, no, I could do better. Stripe, like just a line down the middle. That's my mustache. So that's just what gets me.
All right, so the lead up to the Spanish Civil War.
All right.
So,
what's going on?
we're gonna start off with Spain and the earlier side of the 1900s.
Okay.
Where it's led by King Alfonso XIII and his dictator of the countries. He kind of runs through a few of them.
Okay.
Before they lose support and Republican elect. The Second Spanish Republic is formed, and Alfonso goes into exile.
Okay.
Man, he did such a crap job that they exiled him.
Screw you. Go into exile.
No. He went into he himself went into self-exile.
Oh, it was self-imposed?
He left. He got the milk, and he went to go get milk and cigars.
Oh, and then you just never
and
came back.
he never came back.
Ah, I see.
Okay, that's slightly more honorable. Less embarrassing.
Yeah,
Slightly more honorable.
yeah. But Spain started to go. Spain started to go through a lot of political polarization between the. I'll be real honest. It is a massive mess of
Oh, okay.
just. Here, I'll post a meme I posted earlier in ship backroom.
Alright.
Copy.
Me after
Oh, yeah.
Civil War. Wow. I don't think those guys are doing too well. They're all kind of bleeding on.
Oh, look in the middle.
Oh, that's right. Franco, he's doing fine.
Okay, so these were all happening at the same time. These groups.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are a ton. There's two kind of wide coalitions. I would describe them as right wing and left wing coalitions.
Okay.
A lot of people kind of just sum them up as fascist and communist, but everything in a Spanish Civil War, you can also add in. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Oh, okay.
Practically everything, but there were communists, anarchists, socialists, liberals, monarchists, Carlists, which is a different type, which is a monarchist, but for a different candidate.
Man.
Catholics.
Oh, the Catholics got involved? Okay.
Fascists, the
Okay.
traditionalists,
Wait, so it's just
and
is the Spanish
probably a lot of other groups.
is the Spanish Civil War just everyone hating each other? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But vaguely, it's vaguely right wing versus not big, but it's the right wing groups versus the left wing groups.
Oh. Okay.
At the start, the left wing comes into power, and they lose a lot of support, and then the right wing comes into power with the Second Spanish Republic. After that, eventually there is a during the right wings run in leadership in the Second Spanish Republic. The political polarization gets so bad that a massive communist uprising happens in the sort of northeast of Spain.
Oh, okay.
And Franco, who is a sort of an upcoming general, who is in charge of the Moroccan army.
Okay.
The sort of crack troops of the Spanish military is sent in and puts it down.
Oh.
And eventually, everybody looks at that and they're like, "Oh, this is gonna get much worse."
Oh, okay.
And then then everybody looks at everybody else and it's like, "Okay, who's gonna make the first move?"
Oh.
Because the political polarization was just. What?
Who did make the first move?
In the elections, the leftists win, and after this, they imprison the leader of the fascist party, the Phalangites.
Okay.
The Phalange, called Jose. I think his name was Jose Antonio. I'm just gonna call him Antonio because I'm sure because I remember his last name was Antonio.
All right.
But Jose Antonio gets imprisoned, a major left-wing. There's a whole bunch of political assassinations.
Oh, okay.
Major.
Boy.
Yeah, and after the assassination of a major left-wing police chief,
Uh-huh.
the left-winger, the police in Spain start rounding up anybody connected with the fascist party.
Oh,
I think this is when Jose Antonio was imprisoned.
okay.
After that the civilian leader of the Carlists
Uh-huh.
is assassinated, and after that the military start the bigwigs
Mm-hmm.
the Spanish military start looking at it. I was like, all right,
Well, we
let's
got.
let's get the boys together.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna go. We got to take over.
Oh. Okay.
So Franco is while being one of the three big leaders of it,
Uh-huh.
is not the brain. It is not the brainchild of him. It's the brainchild of this guy called Emilia Mola
Okay.
or Malay.
All right.
Malay.
Malay. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
so they each, him, Franco, and a third guy called
Mm-hmm.
Sangiorno, Jose Sangiorno,
Okay.
gather their troops,
Mm-hmm.
and in Franco goes to Morocco. He gets his men there.
Uh-huh.
And then eventually they start forming the coup. They start going in silently, but eventually the alarm is raised, and they start just hauling ass.
Oh.
And about this is about the time where everybody just kind of looks in stunned silence, and then everybody just got scrambles. There's yeah.
Scram!
The Navy.
Oh, the Navy?
No, not like but like just literally everybody. The rebels,
Mm-hmm.
who are going to be known as the Nationalists or the Generals Uprising,
All
the
right.
National Front.
We got nationalists.
Start to invade.
Mm.
And then everywhere else in Spain, everybody's taking sides.
Mm-hmm.
And if you'll see in the maps,
Mm.
it largely looks like the first picture right there at the
Oh.
start in July 19. Starts
Oh,
off. It
that
kicks
looks
off
awesome.
in 1936.
Mm-hmm.
So the quickly though,
Mm-hmm.
the army largely, and specifically most importantly the Moroccan troops, who are the crack troops of the Spanish military,
Yeah.
go with the National Front, or the Nationalists,
All right.
and the Navy
Mm.
largely goes with the Popular Front, or the Republicans.
Okay.
Not that it does much for them, because the Navy is largely
Uh-huh.
the Spanish Navy the Nationalist Navy,
Mm-hmm.
the Spanish Navy, while largely going for the Republicans,
Yeah.
were largely useless during the war.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Well, it makes sense since if
Okay.
the war was fought over land on the peninsula, they didn't have.
oh no, they had naval help too. The
Oh, okay.
eventually the Italians and Germans start helping them, and the
Uh-huh.
by sea, and the Nationalists just kind of beaten, and the Republican Navy just kind of, for most of the time, just stay away from them.
Oh, okay.
Because they're not very good. Because they're honestly not too great at their job.
Oh.
I think that's the explanation that I read. But you rarely hear anything of anything
With the Navy?
anything Navy related.
They just suck. They just suck.
Relating to the net Republicans.
They just suck that
Even
bad.
though the Navy sided with the Republicans.
Oh. They were just that bad? At
I
their
guess.
job? Wow.
Yeah. But so a lot of local militias start forming,
Mm-hmm.
and Spain. The thing about Spain is that they see it on a map, and you're like, oh, it's just a peninsula.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but it's also really mountainous,
Yeah.
Okay.
incredibly mountainous.
Ah.
So it's.
Mhm.
So it kind of gets like cut up very fast. If you see a lot, the naturalists take most of the north
Alright.
and some of the south, but they also have the really mountainous area around Basque, which you can see in the map is sort of up on top.
Okay.
And about around this time,
Uh-huh.
Emilio Mola dies in a plane crash. The nationalist ringleader.
Oh. Wow.
It was
Okay.
it was a foggy night, and his plane just crashed into a mountain.
Wow. Damn.
And
Just.
what was the other guy's name again?
Uh-huh.
Jose.
Damn, so you just fucking died.
Yeah, and Jose Sandrino also dies in a plane crash.
Oh. What? Okay, what's going on with the plane crashes? Goodness.
I think later in the war, a notable Republican also dies in a crash.
Okay, so everyone's just dying in a plane crash now?
Man, they must have gotten their planes from Boeing.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, they're gonna come after you too.
Planes.
Don't mention Boeing.
But Amelia. The thing about Sandrino is that it's the quite possible reason that his plane crashed is because he overstuffed it with his uniforms, his clothing.
Okay.
So it went over his weight. The plane went over the weight limit because of how much clothing the man put into his plane.
Okay. What a jackass.
But one of the really notable, but one of the really notable things about the air power is that because the Navy sided with the Republicans, well, so
yeah,
where does that leave the Moroccan troops to do? Because they're in Morocco. And they can't use the Navy to transport them to Spain.
Are they just...
Oh.
So this is the first mass army airlift.
Oh. Huh.
You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they airlift themselves
Okay, I got cut up just a second.
over?
Just... Alright. Airlift.
Just a second, I got cut off. I cannot hear you.
Okay. Oh! Alright, hold on.
Our plane is gone!
It's Boeing! They got him!
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, we thought Boeing got you.
Okay, but where did I get cut off?
Mass airlift.
Yeah,
the first mass airlift.
You were
So
gonna
did
talk
they
about
like
airlift.
did they like commandeer planes to drive them to fly themselves over?
So this is So they did use some of their own planes, but a lot of it was loaned from the Germans.
Oh.
The Germans are the foreign support is
sound
going to play a
you sound
really major
disappointed.
role. One.
You sound disappointed in Charo. It's like, no, they bomb planes with Germans. Aww.
Look, I think it's a lot more funnier if they
Yeah,
stole their
like,
own
they
stuff
just
to fly themselves over.
That would be funnier, but like, I just find it
And
funny.
they did commandeer like a few planes.
No, but I mean most of it,
Like-
and just find themselves
like
over.
majority
When,
of
when
it
you mention
is-
Germany's, it's like, oh, the cheat code.
The cheat code.
Yeah, but we're gonna get to a lot of cheat codes pretty soon.
Oh, okay.
But as
cheating going
but
on.
that
Goodness.
It's
but that
war.
leaves the nationalists with one unified leader, Franco,
Oh.
who
Alright.
is able to take over and politic
Mhm.
and unite the nationalists under one figure and politicking. You know, unite the fascists
Uh-huh.
and the monarchists and the Catholics,
Mm.
all the other right-wing factions under him.
Oh, okay. Good job.
Did he promise anything to each of the factions?
It didn't really go into the major right-wing politicking.
Okay.
But did
the
book mention a bit of what he did afterwards to kind of see if he could have backstabbed a few of those parties?
He didn't really do much backstabbing, surprisingly.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Of all the fascist dictators
Uh-huh.
that I would if you put a gun to my head and picked, all right, you're living under a fascist dictatorship. You pick Franco.
He's pretty chill out of all those dictators. Okay.
Surprisingly so, yes.
Oh,
Like
okay.
he's still a fascist dictator.
Yeah.
Dictator, so he does fucked up shit.
Yeah.
But he kind of feels like, I heard this comparison and it's pretty apt, but Augustus Caesar,
Okay.
where he spends the
Uh-huh.
wars getting into power, being a mass murdering warlord,
Yeah.
and then after that, hey look, it's good old Uncle Franco.
It's Big Brother Franco. He's chill. Don't worry.
it's
Okay.
it's like he's just there chilling.
Oh, I see.
Like Franco was surprisingly
Mm-hmm.
he didn't want to speak up way too much, but he surprisingly for fascist dictator
Mm.
did give it up his
Yeah,
he started off once the Civil War ended, he started off just smashing the opposition into the dirt, but as time went on,
He mellowed out.
by the end of his reign, by the time he brought back the monarchy,
Uh-huh.
he immediately turned into a republic. This right after he died in the 70s.
Oh.
He brought in the tourism. He brought in a tourist industry.
Really?
Yeah, it started with him. In his later years in charge.
Oh, okay. Wow. Wow. Okay then.
He was in power until the 1970s.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I am
It's like a good
surprised that
30 years.
he wasn't the victim of a Cold War shenanigans.
Why are those common in these type of
I mean,
scenarios?
Not really. He was above all
Mm-hmm.
an anti-communist.
Really? Okay. Right. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, because
I keep forgetting fascists and communists hate each other.
Yeah, I think he's more of an anti-communist than he is a fascist.
Huh. I mean, he's still fascist, but
Yeah, I mean, he's like fascist with a small f.
okay,
I describe him.
okay.
He's not really a raving lunatic like Hitler or Mussolini.
Ah.
Which, speaking of Hitler and Mussolini,
Oh, they got
Oh
involved.
yes.
this war is like proxy war central. This is the
Wait, it was a proxy
so.
war?
Yeah,
This is basically
so,
a proxy war between
uh-huh.
between the fascists and the communist powers.
So,
Oh.
Genghis, so to understand, one of the reasons why Germany had a great early success
Uh-huh.
in their campaigns in World War II,
Mm-hmm.
their soldiers were trained
Oh.
and were experienced.
Uh-huh.
And they got their experience by having some of them go over to Spain.
Oh.
Combat experience. They sent over planes,
Mhm.
stuff, so that they can do air raids.
Oh.
So they can master the air part of the Blitzkrieg. Because just to understand what the German Blitzkrieg was. Okay, so imagine your army. If we're doing a big flat field,
Okay.
your first encounter with their Blitzkrieg was the planes bombing you.
Okay, so the
And
planes
then
go
while
first.
you're getting, but this is during the same time, while you're getting assaulted by the aircraft, tank divisions are encircling you by cavalry in
Oh.
pincer movements. But they're doing it way above you, so they're gonna go right behind your lines
Uh-huh.
and like smash your flanks, and then you
Wait, so,
get
like,
the mechanized
so the-
infantry in the center,
So the tanks are shooting down at you?
shooting around your flanks.
Oh.
If they're have
All right, so what it is that the air power suppresses you while the tanks come up immediately
Oh.
after and surround you.
Oh. Man,
and
no.
then the infantry crushes you.
Oh.
Also, artillery. You get bombarded by artillery too.
Okay, now see, this is where my mind goes to. Because it's partially because of the topic we're gonna talk about later. But now, all I can think about now, once you mention how Blitzkrieg work is, man, why don't they give Blitzwing and Transformers more love? He sounds like that's just in his name. He turns into a jet and a tank. Like, damn.
Turns out, Blitzwing was not German. He was Spanish all along.
No, he was Spanish all along. Okay,
Like,
yeah.
here's a good diagram
Mhm.
of what it looks like on the ground war.
Yeah, but I'd say this is a bit of a development of this is sort of proto Blitzkrieg.
Uh-huh.
Right.
But there was a massive amount of foreign support for each side funneled into the war. Much more so for the nationalists and the Republicans, because
Okay.
the Soviet Union wanted money. In a Hitler and Mussolini was like, yeah, man, we got your bit, we got your bro. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about paying us too much.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they did get paid, obviously. They did get a lot of advantages, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But the Republicans were very much exclusively tied to the Soviet Union. Somewhat to Mexico, into a tiny bit France, just a little bit.
Wait, Mexico was allied with the Soviets?
They were supporting the Republicans.
Oh, and the Republicans were with the Soviets. Okay.
Yeah, because they were largely they were a lot of them were
Communists.
Communists and Marxists.
Okay.
Yeah, like remember, this is during the time where
this is right before World War II.
Yeah, right before World War II, and by this point, the horrors of the Soviet Union is not well publicized.
Okay.
And remember, these fascists. This is when the idea of more
This isn't-
government control in Europe is being experimented on and seeing where the limits are. If you're kind of think about it in that sense, like Europe in general, in terms of their politics, in terms of their government structure, is always going to be top down.
Okay.
So, like, if you're gonna compare any right and left wing spectrum in Europe, you can't compare it with our system because our right wing
it's completely
is
different.
more, it's on a different way of thinking. But
it's very much sort of a German right wing versus a Anglo right wing.
Okay.
Describe it.
But during this time, like back in the late 1800s Victorian eras, there was always these talks about how to reform the governments and what system could be replaced. This is what, that it was why in the late 1800s is where you get the idea of communism and socialism involved. And this is after World War One. Remember, and World War One was basically the apocalypse of Europe.
Yeah.
Of everything changed.
Yeah, I learned this stuff in like art history. Yeah.
Yeah. So you understand that. So as part of that, the reason why the political polarization in like Spain was so crazy, and it was also happening in Germany before. That's how the Nazis gained the power. They took
the Weimar Republic was a shit show.
And also Japan was having similar issues. America too. Like every nation. Yeah.
Okay.
You know how Japan do their politics.
Yeah.
Largely, for the most part, the reason why a lot of fascist dictators gained power is because they were reactionaries against the super left wing that came in power after post World War One. A lot of places.
So it's just radicals reacting to radicals.
Yeah, it was a bloody time. People, and also meanwhile, you had little wars going on around the world. So when people talk about in general history about how the interwar period is peaceful, it's only in comparison to World War One and World War Two.
It's more like a simmering. It's like things have calmed down and now tensions are building up again.
Yeah, and so essentially, the Spanish War was as Magic was saying, this is like the testing ground for all the tactics that's going to be used in World War II. It's much like a good idea is think about our current situation with Ukraine and Israel.
Okay. Well, now we got topical. Let's go!
Well, yeah, but that's like part of the reason why you have like allies supporting either side is to partly test out our systems to see.
This isn't like Ukraine isn't just some guerrilla war. These are two states fighting each other.
Well, yeah.
Right.
So people are looking at it with a bit more of a. This is like, all right, we gotta diagnose. We gotta look at this and see what they're doing because this might. Worst case, that we might be in this position.
Right.
And
this is, and it's also common for all wars actually. For most
Civil
wars,
War was the American Civil War. Everybody was looking at that.
Before the American Civil War was the Crimean War. McClellan, who was the incompetent general in the American Civil War, was an observer of the Crimea War. But anyway,
so all wars are just test beds. What about War on Terror?
I think there was.
It's like that's kind of like a guerrilla war. Like these aren't two massive states fighting, so people are still probably looking at it, but just not as intensely.
Okay.
Because these aren't like large states fighting. These are
Oh, okay.
These are
Plus, it's
like
Plus, the guerrilla wars are easier to observe in the aftermath.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let's get back on track. But but there was a large amount of foreign support.
Mhm.
There is a massive amount. So let's bring on a little tangent.
Mm. Mhm.
Wait, no. Let's get back. Let's get to this. I'll get to this a little bit later. But there's a massive of foreign volunteer corps from just about everywhere coming into the
Mm.
of like smaller volunteers coming in to help the Republicans.
Mhm.
And there's a bunch of famous names, but a lot of them are like Frenchy and Spanish and Polish, and I don't really care. I mean, I do. I guess I do kind of care, but I
You don't care.
I don't really
enough?
know. These are probably important people for like the French and the Poles and like the. But some notable names
Mm.
is for us
Mhm.
would be George Orwell.
Oh, Orwell.
He fought on the side of Republicans, right?
It was kind of nuts, and I'm not gonna lie.
Orwell was
you get-
crazy.
Like nuts, as in like he was like a rabid anti-fascist.
Oh.
He was a from what I know he was more of a Trotskyist, but he was a socialist.
So he
Yeah.
so he just hated fascists so much he sided with
Yeah.
communists. Okay.
Which, by the way, Jake,
he
it
was
makes
a
it
socialist.
ironic.
He was a socialist.
Oh, he was
Yeah.
a socialist. Oh.
Yeah, it's even funny, which makes 1984 Animal Farm funny.
Uh-huh.
In hindsight, is that a socialist wrote two works that was the biggest critiques of the ideology he supports.
Mm.
But he joined a foreign militia.
Mhm.
Under a union called. So on the early side of the war, the Republicans, since they didn't have the official army, started arming the police and paramilitary groups and like trade unions
Mhm.
and stuff like that to go and fight. And he joined a Marxist trade union called the POOM.
Hmm.
Which was a major communist trade union.
Mhm.
The other big one was an anarchist trade union called the CNT. You'll usually find them with like the black and red flags and stuff like that.
Okay.
The CNT. But he did fight for the communists. He had to leave the war eventually because he was shot in the throat.
Oh.
Mm.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. And the other major person, I don't know I know less about him, but I know he's a big name, is Ernest Hemingway, who was a war reporter that was doing puff picks for the Republicans.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he was doing photographs, right?
I don't.
Wait,
I just
like-
know he's a big name.
Wait, like
I
a,
would
like
know-
a war
I wouldn't-
photographer?
Yeah, I know he worked in
Huh.
the press, and I think war photography. He was also a reporter.
Oh,
He
really?
He was actually there on D-Day,
He was.
but he wasn't allowed to. Yeah, but he wasn't allowed to get off the boat or plane, if I remember correctly.
Really?
And the main, because by that point he was a well-known household name.
Oh. So literally, no, you're too important to die.
Yeah,
Like if you get captured, we could be in a position that we would have to ransom you.
Mmm.
right. Or you get killed and on that, and then it makes us sad.
That's a
that he
morale dampening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what
Um,
happened? He got the end of his life was sad.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn, that's a shame.
But this is when he starts to make his name during the Spanish Civil War.
Oh.
For some reason, when I was listening to the book,
Mhm.
for some reason I had the image of Truman Capote. I don't know why.
Okay.
Never mind. But
Mm.
yeah. Where were we?
You talked about
But
Hemingway.
while the nationalists would just straight up the nationalists and the Republicans would also they would get arms from the Soviets,
Mm.
but they had to immediately sell their gold reserves
Oh, okay.
to the Soviets,
Oh.
while
Of
the
course.
nationalists were able to just get debt from the Hitler
Oh.
and Mussolini.
Oh, okay.
The nationalists,
Mhm.
they also received aid from Hitler and Mussolini from actual just army groups.
Huh.
A group called the Italians would have a decent amount of manpower put into it, and Hitler would also the Germans would also organize a group called the Condor Legion, which would just kick the shit out of the Republican Air Corps, and the Condor. It was kind of like their proto Blitzkrieg organization. And they were like they also one of the big war crimes is them bombing the crap out of a Basque village.
Oh.
A Basque town.
Okay.
Which is that northern part of Spain, like right up on the top, and kill 5% of the population in just one day.
Whoa. Jeez.
Yeah, Germans. You see the Nazis.
Huh?
There's a bit of a warm up for the World War, but
Oh my gosh.
they still got to get their kicks. They still got to get their war.
Jeez.
We'll talk about the war crimes later, but
Oh yeah. Oh,
we're
well,
not
you know
even
the
on the war
names
crimes?
that you
nasty.
do?
What the
I'm
fuck?
sorry.
This is a
I
nasty
blanked
war.
out. I blanked out. Master, what war crimes did the Germans do?
They bombed a major Basque town and killed 5% of the population in just one day.
Yes. So yeah.
But we'll get to the
There's
war
Civil
crimes
War.
later.
Okay.
We'll get to this is the Germans, Condor Legion,
Okay.
the Proto Blitzkrieg organization. But we will get to the major war crimes later, because this is a nasty war.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Civil wars are generally very nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like civil wars, they're
Wasn't our
either
Civil War,
really
like-
nasty.
Isn't our Civil War considered like one of the bloodiest?
It's the bloodiest war America has on its soil.
Ah.
Civil wars, they tend to be either really bloody or really like nowadays they're really bloody, but back in the day, a lot of the time they were from the same. They were doing like because nowadays we have like ideological wars.
Okay.
Most of the time, and so it just ramped up for hatred of the enemy. So it's killed her. So it's a lot of death is going to happen. And back in the ancient times, and a lot of civil wars, you're just fighting for a candidate to be king. So it's like, all right, we're gonna try to keep the deaths to an appropriate minimum.
Appropriate
But,
minimum of deaths. Goodness. Jeez. That just sounds so like out of but like just out of context.
That's
That
probably
just sounds so absurd. All right, guys.
that
remember,
you know
only
that exact line was probably useful. Was probably
gosh,
it would probably be not out of place.
it just sounds so absurd though. It's like, okay, guys, like what do you like imagine like, hey, what are you doing? What? You're going over the quota of deaths. That's enough death. You're going over the quota.
Oh man, we're come on, man. We are not. We're trying to kill each other, but we're not barbarians.
We're not
do this in a civilized
we're not
fashion.
savages. Gosh.
We're here to do a regimentized sort of a practice of war to get a goal. You know, if we get more of you guys, if we get just that much more than you guys, then you have to go home and be fair. We gotta be fair about this.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a simple coup. Then it follows by a massacre of the other side.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but they try to do that in this war, where they try to attack Madrid, the capital of Spain, and the nationalists tried to attack that, but it was repulsed by the local civilians, in which it ended up into dragging years for a few more years. But they did try to attack Madrid. It was repulsed, and then Franco decided to take over the area around Madrid and just stamp out all the other areas that the nationalists had. And that was when they started receiving more foreign support and getting into major battles. But this is kind of how a lot of the war played out. I got this little meme. In just a second.
Okay.
Share. Copy.
Wow.
Here we go. This from back room. This is the This is the Republicans right here. This is most of the war.
Oh, it's a vicious cycle. Okay. Launch offensive with the specific aim of being flashy, getting foreign support. Nationalists use superior air power. All right. You crush your troops because you need more foreign aid. Oh. Damn. Wow. What a shame.
They keep launching major offensives with the specific aim of getting notoriety to be able to get more support. But they end up in like these stupid sieges of towns, being slowed down by the stupid sieges of the towns, stupid sieges of these towns, so that the nationalists get not only are they more mobile, because they have a lot more aircraft. They also have trucks they were able to purchase from American groups. Just a little bit of a tangent right here. Britain, France, and America were mostly non-interventionist in the war, but a lot of the time, under the table sales were being able to be made for weapons and supplies.
Okay.
But the nationalists had a lot of good trucks, aircraft, and artillery, so they were able to redeploy a lot faster than the Republicans.
Okay.
And the Republicans were in these stupid sieges of these were being bogged down by deciding to siege all these different towns. And then the Republicans come and just smash them, and then they would have them. And then they would counter, and they would drive them off and then counterattack.
Oh. I see.
and you know how battles in like World War II and stuff like that happens. A lot of the times they would be in like tens of days. Like it'd be like at like the very extreme, it'd be like the battle of the something river lasted 100 days, kind of thing. But it'd be attacks and counterattacks. But the Republicans generally had a lot better troops, and better equipment. You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not being cut off, am I?
Yep. Nope.
I'm being cut off.
Uh-oh.
No, you.
Just give me
I
a
keep
second.
hearing you.
Oh wait, no, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so the where was I?
You were talking about the cycle and
Yeah, the cycle of the Republicans.
The what?
and
The vicious
and
cycle
how
of
the
how the
and
Nationals
just
kept just whooping the Republicans' ass.
yeah, because of it seems like they just had a better general.
Oh, uh-oh. Damn, Boeing's still after him. Oh, never mind. Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, all right.
You were,
Yeah.
you were talking about
So
the,
we're talking about
the Nationals kicking the Republicans' ass, and therefore
Yeah,
they're going in a
but-
vicious cycle.
Yeah, but it would just happen over and over and over again, and then the Republicans just do not learn their lesson.
Wow.
Like, even after the war ended, and there were like small guerrilla wars here and there, eventually one of the guerrillas launch a big offensive, and they do the same stupid stuff again, and the Nationals come in while they're bogged down sieging a bunch of towns and just kick the crap out of the guerrillas.
Okay.
But eventually they get the Nationalists really start to win, cutting their land and cutting the Nationalist land in two. The Nationalists start to win and cutting the Republicans' land in two. And the Republicans, they're also just really disorganized.
Oh.
Like
Okay.
a lot of the time. Like a lot of the time, the regional groups would just pay lip service to the central government, or would just ignore them completely and try to be a secessionist movement. But eventually the Republicans win.
They
The
win
Nationalists
somehow?
win. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna be like, how the hell did the Republicans win? You're telling me so far they just keep getting their ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like, damn, that's
But
the biggest
eventually
comeback.
the Nationalists were able to defeat the areas, the major areas outside of Madrid, like around Barcelona, Valencia, and the Basque area. And eventually Madrid just gives up. During the this is how disorganized they were. During sort of the final year of the war, there was a civil war inside of the civil war with the communists fighting the anarchists.
Ooh, that.
All right. Okay. sounds like a wonderful time.
Yeah, but eventually Franco gets into power, and lives happily ever after. Like we already talked about Franco's post-war period, so I won't go back into that.
Okay.
You guys have any questions?
You said you wanted to have a side tangent. I think
I
about
talked about
France. Oh,
No. It was the I think it was the foreign support.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
Wow.
Spanish Civil War. It's a very interesting and really complicated war.
Yeah, just trying to understand the factions.
Sometimes wars are really easy to understand, and then other times they're like this, where there's just so many names.
But luckily, the overarching story and the whole reason why the fascists won is simple enough.
They also had way more food because they were able to get all the major arable land.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which
because
didn't
they had
help
a
with
competent. They had a competent leader in Franco taking charge, while the Republicans. Leader? What leader?
Just like, yeah. But I'm sure you guys want to get into other major civil wars, like the Cybertron Civil War.
The fictional Civil War. Oh. Well, alright. Wow. About like an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half into stream. Now we can talk about Transform. No, it's fine. It's fine. I actually learned a lot. Actually, like how the Republicans just
I'd
came their
recommend,
ass
like,
kicked.
Yeah, I'd recommend looking into the Spanish Civil War, maybe like watching a few videos. You're probably not going to read a book, but maybe like watching a few videos.
All
You
right.
should read a book, Changus.
Well,
You should read a book.
I'll consider like an audiobook. Like when I'm like in a long drive, like driving towards like class, I'll listen to an audiobook. So, did the Republicans? Okay, one question though before we can move on. Did Republicans ever like achieve any like major victory? Because all I hear is just, man, these guys just keep getting their ass beat by nationals.
Oh yeah, I forgot the war crimes.
Oh,
yeah!
the war crimes. Let's go.
But the Republicans won a few victories here and there. The most notable one was the defense of Madrid,
Okay.
where they fought back to the nationalists, sort of nationalists attempt to end the war early by taking the capital, Madrid.
Oh, okay. So they were able to defend Madrid. Okay then.
But the war crimes. I'm cut off.
Uh-oh.
No,
Discord.
I can hear you.
Hold on. Wait, yeah, okay. Damn, Boeing really is at him out all today. Oh my gosh. Oh, Master, can you hear us?
Back. I can hear you.
Master, real quick, just keep talking. Like it's really just on your end. We can still hear you. So, like.
Yeah, but you guys are gonna say stuff back eventually.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, let's just. So anyway,
So what
I'll keep the war crime step. Yeah, it was a nasty war. Lots of killings by both sides.
I was assuming.
Pretty indiscriminate between soldier and civilian. A lot of the most notable ones, war crimes were religious related. Like the Republicans would a lot of time go off and grape a bunch of nuns.
Oh, okay. So they were.
Of course, those anarchists and atheists
So they
would do that.
And
wow.
Catholics, and like a notable Catholic war crime would be forcing a Republican to lay in a shape of a cross before chopping him up, and while yelling "Christ is King."
Oh my god! Oh my goodness!
Whoa. Okay. Wow.
The Republicans would also frequently burn churches and desecrate religious iconography. The both communists and anarchists were pretty avid about this.
Wow. Okay.
So, I just wanted to repeat. So, the Catholics, if they got a Republican in the hand, force him to lay on top of a cross.
Would lay in the shape of a cross. I'm not sure if this happened multiple times, but it happened at least once.
Oh my gosh.
It was a Carlist. He forced a Republican to lay in the shape of a cross.
Wow.
And they started chopping them up.
Oh my goodness.
That is. Wow. All right then.
But yeah, the the nationalists also had concentration camps, and like if you were part of the Republicans and you managed to get away, it was still not great for you because you would be because a lot of the time you would just end up in like French hands.
Okay.
So guess who took over France?
Oh. Oh.
Doesn't sound too good.
A few of the one of the biggest sort of the prime minister one of the prime ministers of the Republicans, Lago Caballero, ended up in a concentration camp, just like straight up, like.
Whoa.
Yeah, and the other one, the green, was just executed.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but generally it was not a fun time to be a Republican. But after the war, a decent amount of time, you got amnesty.
Okay.
But it was still, those few, and there was a lot of guerrilla movements because it was pretty easy to have guerrilla movements because Spain is so mountainous. But Franco did, again, the beginning of his reign was just crushing his enemies.
But then he mellowed out.
What?
He mellowed out though in the end. Like,
yeah, eventually. Like by the end of the 40s, but by the 50s, he was all right.
Okay. Wow.
In comparison.
In comparison.
He also offered to join the side of the Axis during the war.
Oh.
But his price was forgiving Hitler Germany forgiving Spain its debt and giving them a whole bunch of resources and land.
That is such a
Hitler will join your Axis if you get rid of our debt.
And give us land and resources.
And Hitler just went 9.
That's exactly what Hitler did.
Wow.
He wasn't. Hitler was literally like, the audacity of this man.
The cacacity of this bitch.
I'm gonna invade Mussolini, conquer all of Europe.
Mussolini didn't want. Mussolini also did not want Spain to join because he thought Spain would be a rival for Mediterranean power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, makes sense because he really wants to recreate Rome.
Oh, Mussolini was a big Rome guy?
Yeah. That's like the dream that
he wants to recreate Rome.
Yeah, he wanted to make Rome great again.
Wow.
Well, he certainly ended up like a lot of Romans being executed by his own people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. Wow.
But in Transformers, did anybody get executed by their own people?
Actually,
Yeah,
yes.
a lot.
Yes, actually, quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Ooh,
Quite.
quite topical. Now let's
I know.
talk about
quite
this.
topical. I know. Oh my goodness. All right. About an hour and a half into the stream, we're finally going to be talking about Transformers 1, which was one of the major points of this stream. And yet, Nick is not here. Nor is not. So, but
Well, we tried.
yeah, we tried. I know. They're not here to listen to all the war crimes that Megatron committed in the movie. What a shame. No, but for real though, Transformers 1 does have their fair share of executions. I think I want to save like spoiler talk for like just a bit. Like I'm gonna hold off like spoiler talk for now. Right now, this is more of a spoiler-free kind of talk, and then eventually, like if I talk about spoilers, I got a little thing here that I just pop it up like this. Boop, spoiler alert. But then, right now we're not doing spoilers. But there is an execution, so there is that. So I just find that funny.
That was to do a mass execution.
Actually, a lot of people died. Goodness. No, but Transformers 1, really good. Like we've been kind of just been oh, Nick, you're here. Hey, you showed up just in time. You showed up just in time.
Did you get my message, Nick?
I literally just walked in my room as soon as I jumped in.
Oh.
Okay.
I did see it, so it's like perfect timing.
You gonna be okay? You okay?
Yeah, we were just starting.
I spent all day doing something.
Okay.
Okay. No, but you came just in time. We're talking about Transformers 1. Right now we're not gonna we're gonna save off of spoilers for now, and then we could do like a little segment with like spoiler talk. So.
Alright.
Yeah, but Transformers 1, well, to be fair, like we've been talking about Transformers 1 like kind of pretty much all week, because it's just well, okay, not all week, but like so like the movie came out. You can watch it a bit early, Thursday. It technically came out officially yesterday, Friday, and yeah.
Which is when I saw it.
Yeah. Also right now, Transformers 1 is at the moment, last I heard, it is tracking to have about $25 million domestic opening. So like over the weekend. So once the weekend is over, they predict about $25 million to be earned. So with a $75 million budget minimum, not too bad. We're getting there. Of course, I would like it to be better, because spoiler alert.
Isn't international markets delayed or something?
I don't know. I know like for some reason, like in the UK, movies not coming out till next month. So there is that. So I don't know what's going on there. But also at the same time though, this also, I don't think the domestic market also does not take into account all the early like fan screenings they had. I don't really know like how those work. I'm assuming you had to pay, to watch those, to go attend those, early fan screenings like months ago. So I'm assuming you have to pay for that. So I'm gonna assume all that money is gonna also go towards the box office for Transformers 1. I think. Maybe. I don't know how those work. So, but at the moment it's looking to track, last I checked, about $25 million domestic opening over the weekend. Which, again, not too bad. Wish it could be better. Because spoiler, I think this movie is great. I think Transformers 1 is really, really good. Like it's a pretty good movie. Like Transformers movies, pretty good. it's pretty peak. So yeah, so like, oh my gosh, I don't know, we're so Transformers One obviously.
Well,
Uh-huh.
let me. So my opinion is that I think this is the best in terms of both in terms of an objectively a film.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best Transformers film.
It probably. Yeah, like most. Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree. It probably most likely is like objectively.
The only
The best.
flaw for like that I hope a future movie will capture is if we could get the character work and storyline of this film,
Mm.
but then have it with Transformers and humans
Mm.
in the
think it
future film. It doesn't have to be this trilogy. It could be the next trilogy afterwards.
Well,
Um,
at the right now, the next big project is that G.I. Joe Transformers crossover movie. So there's that.
I think that's I also have like an opinion. My opinion also is that I think Transformers is actually better when it keeps its mind it's for children. Like this film is clearly meant to be
I
for
100%
general
agree. I 100%
Yeah,
agree.
families.
Yes.
Like I know people like Prime, like shows like Prime and like the Bay films,
Mm-hmm.
and they do appeal for an older audience, but this film just reminds me is that you can still have the dark elements that people like about those films, but you don't really need to be exorbitantly violent.
I know. I 100% agree. Yeah, I think Transformers does work best when it is intended for an all-family audience rather than, like a select
Right.
group of audience. So I 100% agree with that. Cuz
Like I just want to have like more live. When I see a Transformers film, no matter live action or animated, I just hope for future ones the film rating is PG at most. I think the PG-13, even though it probably puts
I think PG-13
more butts on
can
seats.
I think PG-13 can still work. Cause like a lot of the early Marvel cinematic movies, they were PG-13, right?
Yeah, but those films are not really for families. Like if you watch them again, like if you watch those films again, the content is like in comparison to this in Transformers 1, or even like Into the Spider-Verse. If you want like in terms of content that would prevent parents from saying, I want to take my kid to the theater. There's a lot more objectable stuff and a lot more violent, explicit violent stuff in the MCU. Like, think about the first Iron Man movie is PG-13.
True. That.
Like, you really want to take your kids to see that?
Well, hold on. Let me Captain America was PG-13 too. And that was.
Yeah, but that's also had like a exploding there was some dark subject matter, like dark visuals as well.
Okay.
Like you can easily point to a lot more moments in those films as opposed to this one. This one, I have a hard time thinking about anything that would be deemed not safe for kids.
For me, once they reach double digits, I think it's usually a lot of that PG-13 stuff is fine. But like if it's like 9 or something like that, I don't know.
Well, I'm just talking about when I think of family films, I'm thinking of like
no, I
parents
get ya.
taking their they're kids. It could be, you know, from like
No,
6
I
to
understand. Yeah.
to 12 years old. Like, because people who usually go to a PG-13 films are not gonna be parents bringing kids over most of the time. It's gonna be teenagers going to the theater.
Well, actually, I think okay.
watch.
So it's kind of funny. It's kind of interesting though to bring up like this type of stuff because like when you look at it, obviously, you know, at first glance it doesn't seem like, you know, like, oh, there's gonna be anything that's gonna, you know, like be too dark for children. But then like at the same time though, like when you do watch the movie, when you do like go back, it's like it's Transformers is kind of that interesting thing where like it's just this like cultural mindset that like, oh, as long as, you know, they're robots, right? You know, like there's no like, you know, as long as they're not, you know, like actual like living things, alien or not, then we could get away with a lot of shit. Like, cause like there's some stuff in the movie that like if it was not a robot, that'd be some pretty brutal shit. So like, but like you can get away with that because, oh, robots. So
And also it doesn't, I would also say that those brutal moments are not treated as glorious in any ways.
True, that is true.
We could go deeper into spoilers. I could do precise examples. It's like,
I know.
compared to the Bay films, like,
Right.
it,
Well, actually,
but anyway, so,
Bumblebee was PG-13, I believe.
yeah, and it had that scene with Cliff Jumper.
Yeah, but like but again, like the Cliff Jumper's death, honestly, is not that different from some of the stuff seen in this movie.
I think the live action element does bump up the rating.
Okay.
When you have like a bit more of.
You know what? If you're not getting your kid traumatized with at least one movie, with at least one moment in a movie, you're doing something wrong.
You're doing something wrong.
Well, you got like the Don Bluth method. Ever heard of that, guys?
No. What? Oh, you have. What is that?
Essentially, it's put your characters through a lot of shit. Just make them get out. Just make them have a happy ending in the end.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, like the best example is An American Tale, which is an allegory, which is pretty much an explicit allegory for Jewish immigrants from Russia coming over to America, except the Jewish representative are mice, and it's about no cats in America. And basically it's about a kid who during the trip gets separated from his family, and it's all the times where he nearly trying to find his family, but he keeps nearly missing them because of circumstances. And he's going all through this suffering until he finally unites his family at the end, and they're all happy.
Okay.
And like this film has that. Like Transformers 1 does have that element of there is a bittersweet element about how it ends. I'm assuming most people know what this is gonna, the general idea about the ending.
Well, like with Transformers 1, Transformers 1 is kind of an interesting thing where obviously like anyone knew, like if this is like your first time seeing like something like with Transformers, then the ending is gonna be, you know, like that like bittersweet thing. It still is bittersweet, but like anyone who already is aware about, you know, like the Transformers just in general, no matter, you know, how old you are, they probably already know, you know, what's gonna happen, which is, oh, dang, Megatron becomes a bad guy by the end? Damn! What a shame. So, it's interesting like that. That you know, up to a new guy, this is it'll be like, yeah. But then with anyone just who has any familiarity with the franchise, they'll be like, yeah, we know how this is gonna end. It's just more like how you're just more or less watching how we're getting to that point. So, and the movie does it really well. They do a really good job, because the whole point of the movie at the end is to show the degradation of friendship between Optimus Prime and Megatron. And they start off as Orion Pax and D16, and then throughout the movie you see how their friendship erodes. That is the crux of the movie. Like if they didn't do a good job showcasing Megatron's downfall and Orion Pax's rise in a sense, then the movie would have not worked. You defeat the whole point of the story. So, and the movie does a really good job doing that. So yeah, okay, I will say this. A funny thing is all the recent Transformers movies recently. It's funny to think about, like, the whole point of these movies, because at the end of the day, all the movies that have come out recently from Transformers are all essentially products of that failed writer's room during the 5th movie's production, The Last Night. Like, back when Hasbro was trying to create like their own little cinematic universe and all that, they had a little writer's room going on. They're like, okay, we're gonna come up with all these ideas and stuff. And writer's room got disbanded. Like, that's no more. So that thing never panned out, because the whole point was all of this ideas we've seen would have to somehow tie back to the original Michael Bay Transformers movies. Somehow. And like that was the original plan. But then starting with Bumblebee, it seems like they just took those ideas, but they're just, doing their own thing with it. So, Bumblebee and Rise of the Beast, they're now their own, like, separate timeline thing. And in this movie, Transformers 1, well, like, the idea of, like, a prequel. Like, this movie was based off of the idea of, it's like a prequel movie on Cybertron. And that idea ended up becoming Transformers 1 as we know it, but originally, this was supposed to be, somehow related to the Michael Bay movies. How? I don't know. You can ask Lorenzo Di Bonaventura. He's the one who's still going around saying that shit. So, you ask Lorenzo. He's the one going around saying, no, they're connected! They're connected somehow, you gotta believe me! So.
At this point, people are...
Well, yeah, at this point, no one...
probably wising up.
Yeah, a lot of people at this point, they're just like, Lorenzo, just shut up. No one wants to listen to you. So, there is that. Another fun fact though, this movie Transformers 1 is technically the first time Transformers has had a theatrical animated feature film since the original 1986 movie, Transformers the movie. So, separated by decades, and now we have our second animated feature film in theaters. It's interesting. So, but yeah, so so yeah, Transformers 1, it's just so funny. This movie, you could argue, has technically been in development since Transformers The Last Night, because the whole writer's room thing that they disbanded. So there's that. Also, if I had a nickel so far, if this year for a movie animated by ILM and I really enjoyed it, I'd have 2. It's not a lot. I'm glad it happened twice though. So yeah. Uh, yeah.
Other things. I really like the villain. Just not going into detail just yet, but
Well, okay.
I
That's
think the
also another-
villain was.
Oh no! I'm gonna let you finish.
I think the villain was.
No, I was
What?
gonna say, but Beyonce was so much better than Taylor Swift.
Okay. But
Remember that old Kanye?
oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine. What were you saying, though, Nijano?
All the beats that I wanted to highlight how evil the villain is was served competently and well.
Yeah.
There was nothing I could think of that would have improved it. Like much like most of the film, I can't think of a thing that could have improved the film dramatically. Like there was nothing lacking.
Yeah. I think also the villain is kind of funny for people who are familiar with the franchise, which is like the villain is technically, you could argue, is technically, you know, a twist villain, right? You know, ooh, it's a twist that is revealed. Some guy you're following the movie, turns out the twist is he's a bad guy. Whoa! And it's not Megatron. Megatron becomes a bad guy by the end of the movie, but the main bad guy of the movie that, you know, like, that leads to D16's downfall into Megatron, he's technically a twist villain. You know, oh my gosh, whoa, who can see this coming? But what's interesting is that, like, again, this is kind of a case of, like, if you're new to this franchise and if you're not familiar with the character, then, you know, oh my gosh, what a twist! But it's just funny because a lot of people who are already familiar with the character and the franchise is also a case of just, okay, come on, asshole, show your true hand. Come on, we're waiting for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't like you at the start. Yep, you confirmed it.
It's like, oh, there we go. He's evil. Shocker. Ooh. So I think that's just a movie in general. Just a lot of stuff where, if you're a Transformers fan, and this is something we were just talking about a lot even before, you know, we watched the movie, back when we were just talking about, like, the idea of, like, originality, which is that this movie, and we said it also, like, last night, is this movie technically doesn't really do anything that new with Transformers, but it does a nice spin on stuff, like the story of the movie, Optimus and Megatron's roading friendship. That's not new. That's something that's been introduced back during like Transformers Prime, when they're doing the whole Align continuity thing. That's a story that's not new, and that's been being told for quite some time now. And then there's just a lot, and, you know, again, like the villain, that's you know, him, turns out he's kind of a bad guy. Not really new, but then but again, it's just with this movie in general, like, you're really just seeing, okay, this is not anything like a new original concept, but you're really,
So how are they gonna do it this time?
yeah, you're looking, okay, you're watching it for, how are you gonna do it this time? What's your spin on it? And I honestly, I personally think that this is probably my favorite spin on some of those concepts. Like, I told Nick this, that a lot of the stuff that I'm not like too big on with the movie, it's not the movie's fault. Like objectively speaking, it's not the movie's fault. It's just a thing that I'm just kind of not too. I don't really jive with just what the Transformers franchise is doing nowadays in general. So like for example, like idea of like 13 primes, they're a thing in this movie. I don't really jive with it. I don't really a big guy with the 13 primes, but I think the 13 primes were handled pretty well in this movie, you know. And then how even just the idea of Megatron and Optimus being friends before the big war that we all know, and before Autobots and Decepticons, just that idea alone, I'm not too big on. But I think this movie.
I also don't care for it very much.
Yeah, but I think this movie.
It seems like it's a classic example of over interconnectivity.
Cause it's like they're trying to like prop up Optimus and Megatron like these like like big like modern day mythological figures that everyone can look up to. So we gotta hype up even their backstory. So there's a tragic twist. They used to be friends before the war. Oh my goodness!
Huh.
And now
it's like Superman knowing Lex Luthor when he's in Smallville. It's like it's like, listen, man, it's kind of redundant.
That's what I mean. So like just the idea alone, I'm not too big on. But I think this movie honestly has some of the best take on it so far. And I think it's just really I think also just another thing because it's just before the movie, we never really got to see Optimus and Megatron be friends before the war, because that's just the backstory we've been being fed in like a lot of Transformers media recently, but never once have they actually really gone back and actually like really try to explore this friendship. Like it's all backstory fluff to hype up these two modern day mythological characters. Ooh. But
May I say something?
Okay.
I think Orion Pax is a lot cooler than Optimus Prime.
As a name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's cooler.
That's interesting.
Just a statement.
Okay, that's
I'm not saying Optimus Prime is a bad name. I just think Orion Pax is cooler.
No. I just never heard that take before. That's interesting. Okay. Like that's interesting. But yeah, so like this movie, I think this is like the first time we actually try to.
Sorry, bitches. I think Optimus Prime is a more grand name, but Orion Pax is cooler.
Okay, I can work with that.
All right, no.
No, that's that's cool. I can work with that opinion.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. But yeah, so like I think this movie is the first time we actually really got to see Megatron and Optimus friendship actually like erode and degrade before our eyes. And I think the people working on this movie, they knew that was the case. Like this is the first time we're actually really trying to explore this. So they had to make sure, okay, if this is the first time we're actually really trying to do this, we gotta actually make it work. And they make it work. I think this is like the best take on their friendship before the war going awry. I also think this might be my favorite take on, at the very least, the idea of a Megatron being radicalized into, the monster that we know now.
Yeah, I think for a general origin story attempt, this the film has done it the best. Like in general, like there's very few dumb elements.
I think also just the characterization of D16 and Megatron is also fascinating. I want to say this isn't really too much of a spoiler, is that Megatron D16's radicalization is kind of it's kind of like a twist. It's a twist, but also kind of a somewhat of a reverse of your usual type of, you know, Megatron being radicalized into who he is. Because like normally with Transformers stories, the idea is, you know, oh, the society that these Transformers lived on at the time sucks. And it's awful. It's piss awful. It's just a bad time to be a Transformer. It sucks. And then Megatron realizes this, and so he tries to change it through very radical and violent means. What's so fascinating is this Megatron never really tried to actually change anything. He, in fact, a lot of times, one of the main reason why he became the way he is because he actually wanted things to just stay the same. He didn't want things.
Yeah,
to
he
change.
was a true believer.
He truly believed in the system. So when the system is revealed to be corrupt, then, you know, all the faith he put into the system has just been demolished, and now he's got nothing left. And that
wasn't Steve Buscemi. Sorry.
Yes, Steve Buscemi is Starscream.
Yeah, he was Starscream.
How was he?
He was great.
He was
Good.
He's just
Nice.
Randall from Monsters Inc.
Which really, no notes. That's all he needed
Yeah,
to be.
if you've seen Monsters Inc. and you know Randall, that's Starscream. And honestly,
It's been so long, I don't remember.
oh, well, he's great. Steve Buscemi is great as Starscream. They do a funny joke with Starscream's voice, but we'll get to that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like with Megatron D16, he once the system was revealed to be a sham that he believed in, he just broke, and all that's left is just, you know, this just angry, spiteful, you know, person who's just consumed by anger, and that leads to his downfall. And I thought that's such a nice, like, you know, a take on the character. And I think so far this is probably the best version on that kind of story with Megatron. Which is so funny because it's actually Orion / Optimus Prime in this movie who's the one who really wants to change everything. He's the one who's always going, we can change, you know, our world, our system. We can show we are more than meets the eye. He's the one who wants to change a lot. And then at the end of the day, that's honestly kind of what led him to, you know, his rise to being Optimus Prime. So I thought that's so interesting. I really like that. So, also the voice cast of that, like, you know, that brings these characters life. Everyone did a really good job. Chris Hemsworth as Orion Pax / Optimus Prime, I thought he was really good actually. Like when the voice cast was first announced for this movie, there was obviously, you know, some skepticism because, like, what, Chris Hemsworth, the MCU guy, is Optimus Prime? Okay, that's weird. Why don't you just get Peter Cullen? Ooh. And then the biggest thing that, you know, kind of got heads turning was, oh, Megatron is voiced by Brian Tyree Henry. And so, like, when you first hear him in the trailer as D16, you know, you go, okay, hold on, I don't know. This doesn't really sound like a Megatron voice. You know,
I'm using my black guy voice.
oh my gosh.
See, Jazz is no longer the only black guy.
Jazz is no
black
longer the
Transformer.
only black Transformer. But
I've become my worst fear.
oh my gosh. But and of course, you know, Scarlett Johansson is a little one. Keegan-Michael Key as Bumblebee. Oh, I'm sorry, B-127. So there's that. But then throughout the movie, though, you see that these guys really show they are pretty good when it comes to voicing these characters. I really enjoyed Chris Hemsworth as Orion Pax, I liked his Optimus Prime voice as well. Like that's the thing. Like especially Chris Hemsworth and Brian Tyree Henry, their voices change over the course of the movie. So like Brian Tyree Henry, he sounds kind of normal as D16, but then as he changes into, by the time he becomes Megatron, his voice has changed. Like it's still obviously just his voice, but like the tone and like the affliction of how he speaks has completely changed as Megatron. And honestly, it's like, after that, it's like, okay, you know what? This works. I can work with it. But no, I think Brian Tyree Henry as Megatron, not D16, as Megatron, his voice kind of reminds me a bit of the War for Cybertron games.
Yeah. Yeah.
You hear it, right?
I hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, like it kind of just sounds kind of like a similar like tone and affliction to like Fred Tatasciore. Like if they do like a follow-up or something to Transformers 1, like I'm like I think Brian Tyree's like, if they get Brian Tyree Henry as Megatron again, he probably like will just sound as like as hateful as Fred Tatasciore's Megatron in the games. So, it's like,
Yeah,
whoa.
I think that's what they're gonna go for. In the future.
Which honestly, I'm fine with it.
I think it's. Yeah, based on on the film but that's spoiler stuff. But I do think so. Voice cast excellent. I think the character that surprised me the most is Alita 1. I didn't really care for her when I saw her in the previews and like in the promotion. I was just thinking that she was just gonna be, girl, cool girl,
the girl boss. No, the movie's woke. No, but she was good. She was really good.
I did not expect that Scarlett Johansson was gonna put so much effort into bringing the character to life.
Yeah, like that's like
being so frustrated.
Like everyone really poured. It really sounded like everyone really poured a lot of their soul into voicing these characters.
Must have a good voice director then as well.
Most likely, like they probably must have had a really damn good voice director, because everyone really brought out their A game. So
like you get like the sense of frustration, like when you get Alita 1's first scene where she's like top of her game, like she's like, yes, I'm almost gonna get that promotion, and then Wheeljack had to screw it up.
Alright, okay. Slight spoiler, but like
it's like the first 15 minutes.
I know, but I know. I find it amazing that it's Wheeljack's fault that explosion was caused, and honestly, I'm all for it. Of course, it was Wheeljack's fault.
And of course, it resulted in people getting
wrong.
screwed over.
I know. It's all Wheeljack's fault.
And then when we see Alita again, and the anger, the frustration.
Yeah.
And then when she realized, I have to be on this quest.
Yeah. So Scarlett Johansson really did a good job. Surprising thing, that one that I was really afraid of, Keegan-Michael Key as B-127, and I firmly blame the trailers for this. I think.
The trailer.
I think
the first trailer was awful.
That first trailer really did this movie a disservice. That first trailer that they released really did not sell me on this movie. Like
I remember the conversation we had, like the stream afterwards.
Like as a Transformers fan, obviously, I was gonna go watch it, but I was like, I'm cautiously optimistic about this movie. Emphasis on cautiously. But then no, this movie was really good. that first movie really did this movie a disservice. I was really I was just really afraid of Bumblebee because Keegan-Michael Key as Bumblebee, he's obviously the comedic relief character, to lighten the mood. Ha ha! Funny joke, Badassatron. It's like, oh, like when I first heard the Badassatron joke, I was like, oh, it's gonna be this kind of movie. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be that kind of cringy, like.
But then,
like I remember thinking about that. So this is just gonna be a joke where you get like this premise of it's gonna be about Megatron and Optimus.
Yeah,
but then you're presenting us with just the jokes,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, where's the? I don't mind jokes and humor, but I want the drama aspects, especially.
But no. Mashnik? Is he snoring? Mashnik? Oh my gosh, did he fall asleep? Mashnik? Mr. Matchstick, can you hear us? Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hey, you guys know.
Okay. I thought.
Why were you asking?
We heard a low, like almost snoring
Yeah,
sound.
it sounded like snoring. So I was like, oh, did you fall asleep?
I burped.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice then.
Yeah. But anyway, so back to
Bumblebee.
terrible.
B-127. Surprisingly, no, he was not terrible. I was so afraid of what they were gonna do with his character, but I think honestly it was one scene in the movie, and it's honestly when you're first introduced to Bumblebee, then everything like clicked in my mind, like, oh, now everything makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
He's just crazy.
Yeah, he's just insane.
He's just crazy. Okay. Now everything makes sense. But like Bumblebee was fine. He's obviously, the comedic relief. He talks a lot, but like honestly, I was really afraid. But I'm so glad that like when the movie really needs to showcase the serious moments, he shuts up. At the very least, he's not making jokes. That's just the thing with the movie I was afraid of in general, and I'm so glad this movie didn't do. When the movie needs to get serious, it gets serious. They stop with the jokes and the quips. They actually get serious, and I'm so happy they did that. I was so afraid, all the serious moments are gonna be ruined by well, that happened. Am I right, guys? But no, the movie, when it needs to get serious, it gets serious. And so I'm so happy with that. And actually, funny enough, there is a moment in the movie that eventually it's like, okay, you know what? That one time, you actually got a chuckle out of me with that Badassatron joke.
Yeah, I know. I think I got it.
Yeah, that
twice. But we'll go into spoilers on that.
That specific moment, I was like, okay, you know what? Badassatron actually got me there. Congratulations.
So how about you, Nick? What do you think of the film?
I liked it.
Yeah. It was really good.
Any other general the music?
The music was fine. So the music is composed by Brian Tyler, and this is not his first one with Transformers. He actually worked on the soundtrack and music for Transformers Prime, which is so funny because when you listen to the soundtrack for Transformers 1, literally straight up in the middle of it, he inserts the Transformers Prime theme. And when you hear it, and it's like, oh my gosh, Brian Tyler, I see what you're doing. He literally went, you know what? I'm making music for Transformers again. I'm just gonna insert the same theme I made about a decade ago. I'm just gonna put the exact same theme in. And it's like, you know what? Sure, why not, Brian Tyler? Why not? Yeah. Oh, hey, Charlie. Charlie's in the chat.
Hey!
Transformers 1 is peak.
Yes, it is.
You jumped out of your seat when you heard the theme, Charlie. They released the music early on, music platforms and all that. So I remember one night Nick and I were like on YouTube. It's like, oh, theme for Transformers 1. All right, I guess might as well take a listen to it, and then just straight up, just like in the middle of the song, you just hear the Transformers Prime thing, do 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 do. And it's like, okay, I see what
Which
you're doing.
track was that part of?
It's literally like I think it's like literally just called like theme for Transformers 1. You could hear it. So just when hearing the Transformers Prime theme in the movie, in my mind, it's like it's that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing his finger at the screen like, oh, there it is. So it's actually, that's that's another thing. This movie has a lot of moments where Transformers fans will do the oh, there it is. I clapped when I saw the reference. Oh my gosh. But what's great about the movie is while it is filled to brim with all these references to Transformers and stuff, it never once gets like member berries. It's like they're all done really well. Okay, spoiler. This is a spoiler, but this is honestly one of my favorite jokes in the movie is when Orion and Alita are talking to each other in the mines, and Orion's talking he's like hyping up Alita. It's like, oh, Alita, you're so great. We're gonna do such a good job. That's right, Orion. No, it's great. I can feel it. I feel like I have enough power to just dig down and touch Primus himself. Orion, you don't have to touch nor the power. And I was like, okay. That's a funny joke, and a nice reference. That's funny, but never once does it get to the point where it's like, okay, that's the thing. None of the reference ever once make me go, okay, yes, I get it, reference, ooh. But no, all the references are done really well, and Orion does the classic. There's a point where Orion does the pose. He does the Optimus Prime, jumping into the air pose, and it's like, oh, there we go, reference, nice, I see it. But yeah, that I'm glad also cause nowadays, right? Nowadays with some of these movies, when it comes to these references, they can get they're just member bears, It's a South Park, hey, you remember when that happened? Remember? But no, when this movie does references, it does it well, and when those references are for jokes, they can be pretty funny. So yeah. I think with that said, then we can move on to spoiler talk section of the movie. So, can we talk about how Sentinel Prime created a war economy?
I knew he was gonna be the villain as soon as I learned John Hamm was voicing him.
Well, everyone, Transformers fans, everyone suspected Sentinel Prime to be the villain, because it's just kind of like a habit now for Sentinel just be an asshole or a villain.
Yeah. And as I said yesterday, it's not so much a war economy, it's a imperialist colony.
Yeah.
And the quintessence
I'm
of
going
British.
to use the war economy. I'm going to use the war economy to gain power to destroy the war economy.
Except he wasn't destroying the war economy. He was just shipping it. He was sending the economy.
He was straight up profiting off of the war economy. I think also this is one of the most actual vile versions of Sentinel Prime.
Oh yeah,
media.
this is
Like
you.
the only other evil Sentinel I can think of that's like could be worse might be the IDW comics, but that's just because Sentinel Prime is just racist.
But like the amount of every moment you see on screen, the only time you think you feel like some form of genuine affection of way the other Transformers viewed him was the first video call. Right?
Yeah.
Everything else, from the reaction to when Optimus and J16 crashed the race to his one-on-one meeting with them.
What was so,
disingenuous.
What was so interesting though about the whole race thing is that, like, obviously Sentinel, he hated it because, you know, oh, how dare they, you know, they're out of line, how dare they. But at the same time, I feel like he was genuinely like, I think he genuinely liked the idea of like, oh, these guys actually managed to, you know, help, like, you know, raise the energon mining quota. That's cool. It's like a thing like, hey, that was really cool you guys did back there. Don't ever fucking do it again.
In fact, I'm just gonna bring you under the care of one of the funniest characters, Dreadwing.
Darkwing. Okay,
Darkwing.
Darkwing is funny because he's just a hater. He just really hates those miners. Miners!
Well, it's not like he just it's the hatred towards the miners is more of like he is stuck having to supervise
a bunch of troublemakers. Yeah, a bunch of troublemakers. Like,
Don't you know, Jack? Kids are cool.
And I love miners. Oh my gosh. So, so that's like the impression I got from Destiny with Sentinel. It's like, that was really cool what you guys did. In fact, that was actually a net positive. Don't ever do it again.
Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna have everyone think that you died.
Yeah, you died in the race. I know.
Also, the Chromia cameo.
Oh yeah, honestly, honestly, now that I think about it, I'm glad it was Chromia, because of course she would do that. Well, actually, but also that means that Chromia is higher, is a higher class citizen than Ironhide. Ironhide's like a slave. Damn, that just makes Ironhide even better. The damn slave pulled the high class, you know, like citizen, like nobility woman. What a Chad! I'm so happy for your Ironhide.
Reminds me of something flashback. So, Ironhide, is it? Oh yes, sir. Sure. So you're taking my daughter out on a date. She's home by 10. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, you want to know what I think how Ironhide and Chromia is gonna meet in this continuity?
Oh.
A bar.
Honestly, that would be great.
They go to they both ended up on a bar, and then they get into a bar fight.
They get into a bar fight, and the moment, man, Bumblebee, the moment she punched me in the face and knocked my lights out.
I was in love.
So
yeah.
I just think that would be funny. I just think if Ironhide and Chromia is a thing in this like continuity, that's so amazing. The slave managed to woo the nobility. What a Chad!
Not nobility.
I know. What a Chad.
So what's your favorite joke?
Oh, what's my favorite joke? Probably the touch joke. That was a great that was a great joke and reference. I honestly.
I will. It's gotta be
Oh.
Wheeljack for me.
Oh wait, no, wait. The one joke that got a chuckle out of. So when I went the first time I went to see this movie, the one joke that got the whole theater to laugh. This is some dream come true. I get to work for the government.
Yes. Okay.
When Bumpy said that, everyone in the theater laughed.
I get to work for the government.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Wait,
I was just.
what about the
alone-
government?
Oh, so Bumble. He makes a joke about working for the government because Optimus Prime is now in charge, and he brought Bumblebee in.
It's like you get to work with me, Bumblebee. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm part of the government now. And then that's the thing, right? Like the movie also has a lot of times where there's gonna be jokes that children will like, but there's also jokes that the more the adults bring their children along will also enjoy. Like the government joke, that's clearly something that the parents bringing their kids are gonna get a big laugh out of, while all the kids are like, what's so funny about?
I like that joke.
Yeah, like all the kids are probably like, what's so funny about that? It's like, oh kid, you'll learn to be disillusioned by your government soon enough.
Yeah. My favorite joke it kind of got spoiled earlier by like a previous preview, but seeing it again in context, it always makes me laugh. It's when we first meet the High Guard.
Oh.
And Alina is like, looks at Bumblebee. Why is he gagged? And then
he wouldn't stop talking, even when he was unconscious.
Even when he was unconscious?
Especially when he was unconscious.
And then he rips it out and is like, yes, I can talk now.
I told you it was not tight enough. Okay. Honestly, another joke I kind of liked. It's not. It's kind of a subtle joke. It's just Soundwave. Reading. Which, by the way, big base reference right there to Soundwave's original toy battle, which is Soundwave can read people's minds. So Soundwave, reading electrical impulses. He's telling the truth. That just means he believes himself.
That just means he believes himself.
So that got a chuckle out of me, but also base reference to the original toy bio.
Another joke is actually the one with the Badassatron. When Bumblebee is with Alina.
Yeah,
and he keeps on repeating Badassatron multiple times, and Alina is just having none of it.
I'm gonna need you to stop. Okay, so the moment that got me to finally laugh at Badassatron was funny enough when Bumblebee starts, realizing he can, transform his arms into weapons. It's like, oh, yeah. I got knife hands! And it's like, oh, I got guns! Yes! Badassatron! It's like, okay, yeah. That was actually funny. Because in a sense, the movie straight up paid off the Badassatron joke there. It's like, okay, you actually paid off Badassatron. Good for you. That's great, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, and then the scene when Bumblebee breaks into the communications room and just go hog wild. Another moment that got me was Bumblebee like, Orion, look, I got knife hands. I can see that. I'm gonna go stab these guys now. And then you see the guards running away like, oh gosh, no. So that was funny. One thing I kind of, okay, we talked a lot about Megatron D16, and how once he realized, Sentinel's evil and stuff, the system he believed in is corrupt. That's his downfall. What I really appreciate about one thing I also really appreciate is also how you could kind of tell that D16 blames Orion as well for a lot of shit. Oh yeah. And I really love this take that it's not just this, oh, you got the Matrix, I'm a jealous petty bitch.
fuck you, Orion. I'm gonna start a war now. No, what's so great is how, in a sense, you could tell that like, it's not Orion's not intentionally trying to do this, but like, a lot of times, Orion's actions is very clearly like goading D16 into all this, all this crazy stuff that eventually leads to the disillusionment. So like over the course, you could tell how D16 blames Orion, like, oh, this is your fault, Orion. If you could have just let me live in ignorance, I would be happy. But no, because of you, I know the truth now. I'm angry. Fuck you, Orion. And then when Orion finally becomes Optimus Prime, when Megatron sees the Matrix has chosen Orion, like, oh, so the Matrix chose you. I really like that scene because it's not, like, oh, you're a Prime, I'm jealous. No, it's like, oh, you're a Prime. My best friend has not only is this my best friend's fault, but now he's a Prime. He has literally become the very thing I hate.
And like we got hints of that. Like, I love how you got that emotion, the emotional Stark with like him blaming repeatedly Orion Pax even before the big revelation. But then once the first transformation sequence happens, when he did the beatdown on that Viacong.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, hey, D, you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. And
then he takes command. I like it how in the film you see, even though Orion Pax is like the driving force in the narration of where it's like his actions is causing the events of the film to happen. In the middle part, like once Dreadling drops him off with Bumblebee, he is technically not the leader, even though he is driving the plot, because
like
B is the one who leads them to the trains, and then once they crash, Alita takes the map, puts it on her arm. She becomes the leader, and then when the transformation happened, Megatron grabs it and becomes the leader.
I really like that. Yeah.
And then even the moment where like he is trying to lead the High Guard who becomes the Decepticons, it's because Alita is right next to him. He is able to convince them to join him on his cause to bring the fight to Sentinel. But then when we get the
No, I was gonna say that part also has a funny joke. Just, why should we follow you? Alita just, punches her fist. We will follow you.
Yeah. Because of like paid out earlier when Alita just punches him in the face. Yeah, but then you get that moment of him with the other miners. And him just simply telling the truth, and actually inspiring them. Using lines from Alpha Trion.
I love that scene so much.
It shows how you see the different leadership styles. So you got like the earlier scene with Megatron as he choking Starscream out.
That's the thing. I love that, like when D16, because all throughout the movie, D16 learns that in order to be, the top dog, like Sentinel, the leader, you need to have power. It's all about power. Starscream is telling him, the only way to lead is to have the power to take another life. And so all throughout the movie, D16 learns, I just need power. With a transformation cock, I now have the power. And then when he finally takes Megatronus's T-cock to become Megatron, you see, how he physically transforms into a more powerful version. I really love how all throughout, Megatron believed it's all about having the power to lead, to be strong. But with Orion, that was never the case. And then, with Alphatron Verse, it's not, it's not the power of, like your teacock. It's the spark within you. That's your true source of power. Your soul.
And I think my favorite moment, probably one of my favorite moments in the film, happens after he brings in the miners, is when he tries to save Sentinel's life with D16.
Yes.
Like you see him first trying to reason with him by grabbing, and then when he makes that moment of taking the shot in his chest, blows off the left side and over the edge grabbing. And I think it was the self-sacrifice of Orion Pack that Megatron just snapped.
Exactly.
Fully. Because for him, it's not so much about... It's because at that moment, Megatron had the choice of trying to save Optimus by lifting him out and admitting that what he was trying to do was wrong and be better. And because or accept the lie that Optimus was trying to protect Sentinel Prime.
And
out of a form of self-righteousness. And not really for the good of Cybertron in his eyes. And that also makes it when he becomes Optimus Prime. So much harder. And then after getting his butt whooped, when Orion, now Optimus, gave him that speech, it's like, you got the power. We were given the power to change the world, and you chose
to destroy it.
And then you hear the regret, the sadness in his voice of, you are banished.
Yeah.
And then Megatron's expression
a
full-on betrayal, and that's when you no longer hear him say Pax or Orion. Just Prime.
This isn't over, Prime. Which, by the way, nice way to tie in also an iconic line. This isn't over, Prime. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but that scene also, I love that scene also. The physical and metaphorical rise of both Optimus and Megatron.
Oh yeah, when Megatron rips Sentinel in half.
When you see Megatron
with fatality.
I just love that Megatron physically is rising into who he's gonna become, while Optimus is falling into. While physically, their roles are reversed. At the same time, also kind of in the metaphorical sense, it's also switched up. Where, yes, while Megatron is physically rising up, that's his downfall into becoming a monster, while Optimus' physical fall is the metaphorical rise into being the leader who he's going to, who he's destined to become. And I thought that was really good. That was a really good scene. I love that. Right. I think again, I'm not. It's just in general. I'm not too big on trying to portray Megatron and Optimus like these modern day mythological figures. But I think this movie does the best job at doing that, and I can give it that. Would I would I want to see
the way you could? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say would I want to see this in future iterations? Probably not. But that's just a personal thing. But the way the movie, tackles it though, objectively, it did it really well.
The brilliant thing about the movie, and we were talking about the arcs and the moments, is that it's both a classic hero's journey for Optimus, but also a classical tragedy
Yes.
for Megatron.
Yes.
You see both of them going on at the same time. So you got like of course you got Optimus, all of the steps, like even going up to the surface world, like leaving what's left behind it. But then you got the classical tragedy element with Megatron, where it's his own personal flaws that he couldn't overcome that is dragging him down further. And it's in a sense of pride too, where like his pride was like being a good, dutiful citizen of Iacon, of Under Sentinel Prime. Like a blind trust to the system. And him blaming Orion Pax for, you know, all the stuff that for dragging him in. Like, yes, Orion Pax did drag D16 throughout the film. But you're about to say something?
No, I want to hear you finish.
But it's also his personal pride that was also the driver of what happens when he did find the truth, when that moment, that revelation. And it's the starting revelation, but then like the full-on revelation where the only difference from this film from a classical tragedy is that the moment when the person crosses completely the line and suffers the consequences, in Greek plays, they kind of have the guy spells out what he had done was wrong. So, like, if this was like a pure classical tragedy, Megatron would say, "What I have done wrong," and hey, not.
I am here now.
Hey, we're talking about.
Yeah, we're
talking about how
we're talking about spoilers.
We're in the spoiler talk right now. We're talking about how Megatron became evil. But we also talk about Sentinel creating the war economy. Is Sentinel part of Patriots? Not.
He created a conspiracy to lie to half of all the Cybertronians, that they weren't born with, you know, the ability to transform. So you can create a surf class to give energon to Eldritch flesh beings. Of course, he's part of the Patriots.
But I was like comparing Megatron's fall arc to like a classical tragedy, like a Greek play, and
Ryan is clearly, you know, like a classic hero's journey. And
the way it's used, I think also another of my favorite moments is actually when Elita talks to Orion, right? After D16 and Bumblebee are taken away, and Orion is having self-doubts. Like, you know, the evidence they had got destroyed. What do they do? And then Elita basically told him, I am better than you, than all... I'm better than you.
I'm better than you. First time doing a pep
your
talk?
heart.
First time doing a pep talk?
Yeah.
But no, I really like that, how she's like, you know, like, nah, like, your optimism for a better future is, you know, what, you know, drives you. It's what makes you you. And I love what, like, okay, like the people behind this movie, they really, like, not only did, you know, it's just a good movie, but like also like these people really understood like the characters they're working with in general. Like, for example, I absolutely adore how Orion Pax, all like the, you know, the trouble he causes and all that, it's never out of like any like, you know, selfish or malicious intent. It's always out of this need to like help others, to help, to bring others up. Oh, like Orion, we can't just race and participate in this race, but D, this is like this is our chance to show that we're what we're made of. And it's like and what I love is like D, when he thinks oh, you're talking about like us specifically, but Orion means no, I'm talking about like the miners in general, all of us. We are more than just slaves. And like
I just read what Charlie said. I was close to going nude and shitting in the corner of the theater out of happiness. What stopped you?
What stopped you, Charlie? like how even in the first act of the movie, when Orion is breaking into the arcs, which by the way, I thought that was a great way to marry like a modern concept with like some of the older concept, because like so Orion being a miner is like the closest thing we've gotten to like G1 Orion Pax, where he was just like this blue collar like dock worker. But then now the modern interpretation is oh, he was like this high class librarian and all that. So I really love how like they mirror the ideas like yeah, he's this like he's essentially a slave, but but then he goes into archives to learn knowledge. And it's like that's such also, a good idea of marrying the two ideas.
And also, as a introductory scene to your film, it was brilliant because we get to be introduced to our main character, Optimus Prime.
Right.
We get our highlighting a very key difference about him. Then we get a lore dump to basically explain.
Right. You get your exposition
dump. The world.
Mm-hmm.
But then you kind of combine with the humor, a little bit of the humor about like him having to blow on the cartridge to get the full tape, and then him getting impatient. So then you get that, but you still also got that tension with that robot.
Mm-hmm.
That robot finding him that could lead into trouble, and then you get that chase sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Going all the way through, and you're seeing how it's challenging for a person without a transformation cog.
Yeah. And then
at the end we get meet D16.
Mm-hmm. But then also how you learn that whole you get a context for that whole entire opening sequence, which is Orion wants to find the Matrix of leadership. But again, it's not out of any like selfish intent or anything like that. It's so that way he can help all his fellow miners and slaves to help them all out. And I also love how with Orion, never once is he trying to find a Matrix for himself. Like never once is Orion going out of his way to become the next Prime, like Sentinel.
Alright, Orion, you know what to do. Find Matrix, give it to Sentinel. Everyone wins. Profit.
It's like, yeah, like he was gonna give it to Sentinel, so that way, Sentinel's like, this is an act of like, wow, these low class miners, they're a lot more than I thought they were. Like this slave went out of his way to go find this powerful artifact for me. Gosh, maybe I was wrong about these slaves, and then also how with finding the Matrix, that would mean then they no longer have to mine Energon. Energon could just flow freely. So like everything Orion does is out of this desire to help others, and it's like I love it. It's like yes, like these people. So like that's like not only is just just on its own, this is a great animated family movie on its own, but also as just a Transformers movie, it excels. And
then also I just want to highlight on the Alita scene. Then they call it back at the end.
Yeah,
where they flipped it on its head. Like this, one of the things this film does so well is keeps calling back. to previous parts of the film, so it doesn't feel like the whole badassatron.
Yeah, yeah. Like
You
initially,
you get the roll of three. You get the roll of three, where you get like the first two kind of close together.
huh?
So it's like, oh no, is
It's like, okay, I get
Okay.
it. This is all right. And then eventually, like you somehow managed to pay off Badassatron, and for that, I respect you.
yeah. And then I think my favorite. What's your favorite D16 moment?
Oh, my favorite D16 moment. There's a lot. Okay, I honestly a lot of my favorite moments with D16 is honestly once he really starts becoming Megatron, the start of his downfall.
The build up.
The build, but like at the same time though, that's not to say that everything beforehand wasn't great. That's all necessary because like seeing D16 just be D16, not trying to be this angry monster, that's necessary because then once the halfway point, when the halfway point of the movie, happens, the turnaround, then it's like, oh, of course, it makes sense.
So my favorite go not.
Oh no, I want to hear you.
Not. I thought Not was saying something.
Oh, were you not?
No.
Okay, so my favorite moment is right before the final battle with Megatron and Sentinel in the throne room,
Right.
where he like basically all the revelations about Sentinel having the Megatronus's T-Cog to Megatron just standing up.
Yeah.
Like it was like if he was on a heroic arc, this would have been the moment where it would have paid off. Early on in the film, he was trusting Sentinel and like implicitly throughout everything, and huge respect. And like he probably would have just stayed and bowed down in his very presence.
Yeah.
And then he's just standing up and basically and in defiance. Even when Sentinel blow torches the symbol,
Yeah, Megatronus's face onto his chest.
and he still gets up. Like such a great moment, especially when he's like, "I'm gonna kill you." It was like getting closer.
What? Also, one thing I said it last night. I've been saying it a lot, but like one thing I really find really interesting about Megatronus is how, I mean, not Megatron, Megatron D16 is how D16's character, honestly, kind of very similar to G1 Orion Pax, the G1 Optimus Prime, where they both admired, like these powerful people because, well, they're powerful, they're strong. Like throughout the movie, like Megatronus is Megatron's favorite Prime because he's the strongest of the Primes. He was the most powerful. Whoa! Everyone loves Megatronus. He, oh my gosh, look at the strength, man. Wow. So, it's kind of like how, like in the original cartoon, Orion Pax, he admired and idolized Megatron because here's this random ass robot that came out of nowhere. He can fly. Whoa, he's causing a big ruckus. Oh, this guy must be like real top shit. I want to meet him. Whoa. And like Orion Pax, once D16 met his idol, like once they learned the truth about their idol, like everything changed. It shattered the worldview. But then, while in the G1 cartoon, while Orion Pax, like he became Optimus Prime, I was wrong. I admired Megatron simply because he had power. I failed to see what he would do with such power. While with D16, like in a sense, he kind of does not learn that same lesson. Where it's like, instead, it's like, oh, I need the power that Sentinel has. That way no one can, punch down on me ever again.
Yeah, like that scene. The telling scene was right before they got captured by the High Guard, where he was going on the speeches. I am never going to listen to authority ever again.
Yeah.
Like so many good moments. And I do agree that D60 carries the film, but he carries it with Orion Pax.
Both carry movie, because again, at the end of the day, in order for this movie to work, you need to fall in love with both characters. In order for the tragedy of their friendship ending, and thus sparking, creating the sparks of revolution and war. In order for that to be effective, the audience needs to be able to love Orion Pax and D16, and not just love them as individuals, but also their friendship, their relationship in general. It has to work. People need to love it in order for the end result. And this movie really did a good job with that.
Yeah, and man, I talked a lot. How about you guys? How about you, Nana and Nick?
My favorite Mech D16 moment?
Yeah, like any other topics.
Well, my favorite D16 moment. The age of primes has ended! No more false prophets! Follow me, and you will never be deceived! Rise up!
Rise!
I will lead us all into the future!
I am Megatron! Arise!
Rise. Optimus
Prime. Yeah.
Also something. Megatron rechristians himself Megatron, obviously. Alpha Trion rechristians Orion Pax as Optimus.
Oh yes! Yes! That is such a great. That's like. So obviously that's that's obviously something that's just been happening. Megatron names himself after Megatronus. That's been a thing since the line continuity. But Alpha Trion christening Optimus Prime, that's a nice callback to the G1 cartoon where Alpha Trion created Optimus. Oh, yeah!
Yeah, that's a good callback.
Yeah, like yeah, that's what I mean. Like on its own, this is objectively a really good movie, really good. But as a Transformers movie, like, it really excels. Actually, the more I talk about this movie, I think I'm gonna have to bump this movie up just a little more. On my list, I had it as like number 5, like right underneath.
Number 5.
Right underneath Alien Romulus. I'm gonna bump it up over Alien Romulus.
Oh, of movies of the year. Okay,
Yeah, of movies this year. To me, just
You got up for Alien Romulus?
Yes, I am. Because as much as I really look, Nick, Alien Romulus was really good, but the more I talk about this movie, the more I'm liking it even more. So.
Wait, here's the thing.
Yes,
all the references.
It's not like a reference thing. Like it's just like.
Yeah, but
I know.
It's what I'm trying to say.
So
It's how it's incorporated.
Yeah.
Like, you got references, like the good visual references that you see in the background that, is worth rewatching multiple times. But then you got like the parallels of like previous continuities and stuff. It's all there to serve the story better. As opposed to a member-berry moment.
Yes.
Remember when Alpha Trion rebuilt Orion Pax as Optimus Prime?
I know.
I understood.
That's the thing. Like these people not only just made a good movie, but like they made a Transformers movie. Like in the sense that these people making it understand this franchise, like on to like down to a deep and fundamental level, and it carries throughout the movie. It is really good. So that's why this is now my number three movie.
At this point, it's probably gonna rise up to number one at some point.
Yeah, like right now for me, like I have seen this in Ministry of Unjustifiable Warfare, and this one blows it. While I did enjoy Unjustifiable Warfare, this one blows it out of the park in terms of an actually meaty film.
Wait, was Ministry actually this year as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit! I gotta add that to my list then.
Yeah, you need to watch it.
I did.
I still recommend. Good.
Yeah, I have watched it. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, and it has. It's fun for what it is, but like compared to this one, it's like this is the equivalent of you go to a fast food restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Or like a place that's meant to serve food for kids. And you're expecting a trashy food, but then you see this one menu item of a steak. And you decide to order the steak, and you're expecting to that, like, you know, the cheap brittle steak, probably on a sandwich.
Like it's not gonna be a bad steak, but you know, like, oh, this is, you know, like your average like restaurant for, like, you know, kids. It's not gonna be.
And then all of a sudden, you got like top of the line and
like just
cooked to your specific taste of steak. Like,
yeah, just this chef just somehow for this one steak pulled out all the good shit. It's like, whoa!
It's not just a steak. You got like proper potatoes and like vegetables right next to it.
It's just like, whoa! Where did this come from, chef? What's going on?
Like,
yeah.
And it like excellently crafted. Like this is like
actually, you know what?
art. This is cinema. This is like this is cinema.
Actually, you know what? All right, here we go. I guess this is happening now. Transformers 1 now has officially on my top movies this year has finally topped Dune Part 2. And man, because you know I really like Dune. Like Dune was really good. But man,
I mean, I'm the least amount to leave thanks to that movie.
I know, but you know what? More like I think that's the thing with this movie. It's like I think with this movie, it's kind of that movie where, like, the more you think and the more you talk, the more you look back on it, the more you realize, oh, this is like actually legit getting better.
Yeah, it's not like this is a film that I feel like I want to watch again. Just like, or like, this is like one of the films that I want to buy a Blu-ray copy to put on the shelf and then occasionally bring it out and to watch it again. I
believe you can now already pre-order them, which I think physical and digital releases are now available for pre-order, which honestly, okay, as much as that's cool and all, I really hope that doesn't mean that this movie's not gonna have a short lifespan in theaters. I really hope that's not the case. Cause again, like I really love this movie, but I guess to me, I'm really just hoping that also this movie does well just in theaters in general. Cause I like this movie. I like this movie.
Yeah, well,
and I wanted, and like, critically, it's doing really well, and I really love that. But I also really hope this movie does, financially well as well. Because again, last I checked, they said that it's tracking to make $25 million over the weekend out of a budget of $75 million. So I think this movie will make back, its money. But again, I hope this movie doesn't just make back its money, I hope it becomes profitable. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I like to believe movies can do well in theaters. So I really hope having such an early pre-order does not mean that it's gonna have a short theater lifespan. Because I think this movie can do really well. So.
So, Nat, what do you think of the film?
It's really good.
It is really good.
Okay, so the final topic I wanted to talk about before I head to bed. What do you guys want to see in the sequels?
I'm not so sure. So, I think this is a case where if they do follow up on this movie, which I think
there is confirmation that they are working on planning a sequel.
Okay, but planning and actually working on it are two different things. So if once they actually do legit start working on a sequel to Transformers 1, if this becomes financially really profitable, I don't know. I think we're gonna have to, obviously, I think this will be a case where we're gonna have to follow up on Optimus and Megatron are still gonna be the front and center focus of a follow-up movie. I think it will have to be a case where you have to now work on building up towards, I guess now, the main conflict of the entire franchise, which is Autobots versus Decepticons. At the end we got the Autobots, and now we got Decepticons being informed. Lines are now drawn in the sand. So now I guess the next movie.
What I really want is just a trilogy where, in the end, Megatron is the main villain for once.
Okay, I would like that if going forward Megatron is the main antagonist. Well, I think for these movies it would have to be that Megatron is the antagonist, but he also is a co-protagonist as well, where you're following the villain's perspective as alongside Optimus' perspective.
I'm thinking, I personally want to see the trilogy to end with the Autobots and Decepticons on Earth, and it's a human involved story, because I think the truly perfect Transformers film is this caliber of storytelling and characterization of the Autobots.
Right.
But you have to also include the humans.
With human characters. I agree.
Yeah, with human characters. Because that's the one thing in terms of the Transformers universe that is lacking in this one for obvious reasons.
Right.
So, if I really want to end the trilogy on that, it could be all take place in Cybertron. I'll be fine with that, but I think the Quintessons are going to be the main threat in number 2.
Oh, true. Right, because we never really... Because the Quintessons came, but we never really, beaten off the Quintessons. They're still around, so most likely, actually, now I think about it, the Quintessons will probably, if they do a follow-up, the Quintessons will probably be the main antagonist of the movie. I think then the case would be then that leading up to the conflict, you see how
Megatron's. I imagine Megatron's gonna be the overarching antagonist. I imagine to parallel this film, they're going to Megatron's going to cripple the Quintessons in such a dramatic way. Maybe in a way like playing with the Energon.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it at work, and my idea is that he turns the Energon, he corrupts the Energon on Cybertron to Dark Energon.
But like, okay, but that would actually be an interesting way to handle that idea, which is like, not in this like attempt to like control Cybertron in this delusional sense, but more like as a like this like maybe like an ultimatum against the Quintessons. But then,
and well, it's not just the Quintessons, but also against
true,
against the Autobots essentially, and you can still haven't learned how to control Dark Energon,
right? But then,
like his,
well, I think that would also work because Megatron throughout the movie, one thing I kind of didn't really touch about is. Well, I guess you can kind of get implied from all the stuff we talked about is he's a bit, how do I say it, narrow focused maybe? Maybe that's true. He's always focused on what's in front of him, the now, while Orion was always focused on, what's beyond the future. So like with Megatron, like infecting Energon like that, it would be like, oh, in the now, it's like Dark Energon is flowing through Cybertron. We Decepticons, we can now control Dark Energon. But then he doesn't think about the consequences, which is, no, you've now just essentially killed your planet. Good job, asshole.
Yeah. You basically now have to, like, essentially the sequel would kind of be like an adaptation of the War for Cybertron game.
Yeah.
And because in terms of world building, there was an issue where they tied the Matrix of leadership itself to the Energon of the planet. So you kind of have tie it there. So the good way of handling that.
Actually, wait, hold on. No, I think we could cook with this idea though, because now, okay, so hear me out. So if that's the case, then like if the Matrix is necessary to like corrupt Dark Energon stuff, that means we can't have the Matrix. I think that would actually be a really cool way to explore Optimus, the idea of exploring kind of honestly what the IDW comics were trying to do, which is explore the idea of what it means to be a prime, because now Orion is a prime, he's Optimus Prime. So now I think the next a cool kind of logical way would be to then explore Optimus trying to figure out what does being a prime mean to himself personally, and like with the idea if the Matrix is corrupted, does that still make Optimus Prime Optimus Prime? And like I think that would be really interesting to explore.
And then what, he purifies the Matrix?
He could purify the Matrix, who knows? But I think either way, at the end of this, I think the logical thing would be then, to really explore the character would be I guess the lesson that no, you don't need the Matrix to make Optimus Prime. It's his it's his spark. It's who he is. His soul. That's what makes him a prime. So I think an idea like that can work. What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe Megatron somehow got his hands on the Matrix.
Who knows? Who knows? But it would be it would be interesting. Okay. We know that the Matrix is tied with how Energon works on Cybertron in this universe. We don't know if corrupting the Matrix was needed for Megatron to do some War for Cybertron plot or not.
Yeah, I was just thinking that he just spiked the Matrix.
He spiked the Matrix.
Yeah, no, the Energon.
Oh, the Energon.
Like, yeah, he poisoned all the Energon on the planet. Like you can have it that the Quintessence like wiped out the surface of the planet again, and it's like going into Iacon itself, and then Megatron like poisons the Energon flowing where all the Energon was flowing with Dark Energon. And maybe even convince the Autobots that they have to do this. And it corrupts, it kind of corrupts and like wrecks the Quintessons.
But then,
and
but at the same
but
time,
then
it would also
it causes
corrupting their planet.
Exactly, and because of that, they have to leave, and you can literally end the film like
with them leaving.
With them leaving the planet physically, and you may even and just to add a little bit of twist, instead of having like the Nemesis fighting against the Ark,
it would be like
it's actually mutual.
This mutual exodus of both Autobots and Decepticons leaving Cybertron.
Yeah, and then like the third film would take place on Earth, where you can have it that the Autobots landed on Earth peacefully, and instead of or you can have Wheeljack screw up the plans or something, and they crash onto the rocks.
Yeah, this Wheeljack's falling. Actually, no. Okay, now I'm actually thinking back to what an idea Not said. I think you said it like maybe last night or the night before, which is the idea of this version of Megatron exploring the power dynamics of humans on Earth. Cause the idea is that like Megatron, he's disillusioned by like these like powerful leaders and all that. He and the only way to fight back is to have more power than them. So I think Nas said like the idea like Megatron trying to understand like the human dynamic of leaders and power, and then basically how that would play into Megatron doing stuff on Earth, and that would lead to conflict with the Autobots. Yeah.
Yeah, like either way, it's So I imagine the third one, like my view of the personal idea of the third one would be is like it takes place on Earth, and we're back to having humans. We go from instead of Optimus Prime being the curious one, it's a human character. So yeah, we're not like where we now kind of you can change protagonist a bit for the third one to be a human. Discovering it and basically make the human like the third protagonist, or even like taking the place of D16, where Megatron is full on antagonist.
Yeah.
But now it's just the human, and then of course you have Optimus being the leader, and the one that this trilogy is kind of focusing on. Like you would make the trilogy about Optimus Prime and Megatron, where like the final film either could be about a friendship reforging, where it's like Optimus and Megatron learn to become friends again, essentially, to heal, or just like a permanent end to this rivalry.
The ultimate tragedy.
Yeah, where if I would make this a standalone trilogy, the idea of Optimus and Megatron killing each other would be fine, or Megatron going down.
I think
Uh,
if that's the case, then I think it would probably be the most fitting that Megatron, like if this is like a, you know, like you said, like this like tragedy, then I think then it would probably be fitting that Megatron finally meets his comeuppance for his actions.
yeah. And maybe even have like a change of that would make the third one be that moment where he regret
Yeah, where he regrets
that
the things he's done.
and sacrifices himself to like save Earth. It's like, I already destroyed one planet for my
Yeah.
revenge.
Yeah, this world shouldn't suffer, you know, the same fate.
That said, we all know Megatron's just gonna go down further and further.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In the sequel, he's gonna go down, and then depending on the events of the sequel, maybe we'll get him, the third one that I want, or it could be that the Quintessons are gonna show up on the third film, and it's all gonna take place in Cybertron.
maybe. I think at the end of the day, though, really, that this movie has opened up a lot of possibilities to what you can do with, you know, with these versions of the characters. And I think that's just the thing with me. Like, that's what I'm really excited about. What they're gonna do with these guys. What's going forward. If they follow up on it.
Yeah, I really hope they follow up on it. It's
But I think also if they don't follow up on this and it's just, you know, as is, standalone, I think it works just fine as well.
yeah, like heck, you can even like decided, hey, the live action films are actually sequels to this films.
They can't be. Okay, maybe the new movies, like starting with Bumblebee and Rise of the Beast, maybe they can connect. But like, if we're somehow connecting this back to, you know, like the original Michael Bay movies,
No.
Lorenzo, then no. Because Lorenzo's the one who keeps fucking spouting, oh no, they're all go back, they're all connected. Every one of them, this all goes back. It's like, Lorenzo, shut up. No one wants to hear you. No one wants to hear you, Lorenzo. Di Bonaventura.
His talking is probably what's taking the Transformers films.
I swear, if that's really what's affecting the movies right now, I'm gonna fucking... Oh. Because I already have problems with that guy, but now, that's... Ooh, now you're really making me not like you, oh, Lorenzo. Now you're really not making me like you. Now I was like, oh. Okay, Lorenzo. You want to play that way? Alright.
Alright. Well...
I'll say this though. I'm gonna admit this is an idea stolen from Twitter, so you know this is a good idea. I like the idea that if they do a follow up on these movies, if it's like a trilogy, the second one should be called Transformers 1 Shall Stand, and the third one Transformers 1 Shall Fall.
Yeah, that does sound fun.
Yeah, thank you, Twitter. Very cool for the idea.
Alright. Have a good night, guys. Have fun talking about the penguin.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Night, man.
Nah.
All right.
Mm,
Something about I wanted to mention. So
huh?
they all like the Orion's group all receive T-Cogs from a prime.
Yes.
Like and they all receive them for Alpha Triad. And Mega like the other 13 had benign traits. Megatron's had a might makes right ideology.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, Megatron would take that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But also, considering his admiration for Megatron, it's no surprise D16 would eventually name himself after the Prime in this.
Mm-hmm.
However, because it destroys the movie destroys his faith in the name Prime, so obviously he would make a name that evokes him, but removes him from the Prime.
Right. So now he's not he's not Megatron. He's not Megatronus the Prime. He's Megatron.
Also, what caused Sentinel to lose the respect of his people is him kneeling before the Quintessons.
Mm-hmm.
What gave Megatron the respect of the Decepticons is his refusal to kneel to Sentinel, even when tortured.
Mm-hmm.
What gained Orion the respect of his fellow miners is kneeling before them as a sign of his humility.
Mm-hmm.
Through kneeling, all three of them basically seal their fates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Man, this is a really good movie.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
I think in the sequel they'll introduce like the concept of the flowers.
Oh, the flowers. Okay.
I think they should. I think they should save that for like the third movie or like a second trilogy.
Okay, you
like-
know what? But like, if
'cause
that's the case, then I think then, like, with the idea of like the flowers, then maybe like when the child said like ending on like a Megatron finally becoming remorseful, I think if they go with the idea, then the flowers could be a huge player into that.
That said, I hope that never happens. Just have it get worse.
Xenonic. Oh man, you know that comic panel with Megatron's in the field of flowers? That's so powerful. I love it. I hope Megatron just spirals down worse.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Because Alphatron, Alpha Trion made it a point to say that the cogs are not matters. Like the Transformers, the Transformers are defined by the spark in their core.
Yes.
And like, I imagine if anything's going to put emphasis on the spark, this series,
Yeah.
this trilogy would.
Ooh, something cool that I would like to happen, but probably not, but like really cool if it does.
Uh-huh.
For some reason, someone loses their T-Cog for whatever reason, and Optimus sacrifices his.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, that would be really cool.
Something unique actually could be if the third film does make it onto Earth, a human builds a T-Cog for Optimus, as both a gesture of goodwill, also just like as a way of showing, hey, because that could be an interesting way to show like how Optimus gets like a Nerf form mode.
True. Yeah, okay. That would be really interesting. That'd be pretty cool. See, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much more we can say. It's just a really, really good movie.
I guess we can talk about Starscream's voice. I don't think we mentioned that for the spoiler talk.
Oh yeah, Starscream's voice. Oh, Starscream, you sound ridiculous.
I like, I like Starscream not necessarily being a weenie in this film.
Yeah.
Just more or less just being I guess a bit of a sadomasochist. And
Hit me! Hit me!
Hit me! Come on!
Go to the face. Okay, you can stop.
hey,
Okay, you can stop.
Okay, you can stop now, please.
and then because
Mhm.
I could be remembering this wrong, but he didn't flinch it as much when Megatron, when the D16 brought out his ion blaster.
Mm.
So there's a uniqueness in that sense of like Starscream isn't some kind of like, weasel who was given power
Mhm.
by someone who doesn't clearly trust them. He let it go to his head. It's like, no, he probably was like the head of the elite guard, and he just made a warlord of himself.
Hey Chase, can you play this really quick?
Oh my gosh. What did you send me? Oh, it's one of your TikToks? Okay, give me 1 second. Let me give me 1 second then.
This is how you throw. This is how you.
Hold on. Oh, okay, I know what it is. Hold on, I just gotta pause the TikTok. All right, I can show this on stream real quick. Here we go.
Mama,
The gator in the house. Another gator? Come here. Yeah. Another gator. Oh, that's great.
Lena, another gator's in the house!
Another gator?
Give me that shovel! Come here!
I think Chobby's ruined me because now I start. Every time I think Starscream, I just go, "Ah!" like a little gremlin voice he gives Starscream. "Ah!" Oh, excuse me. Alright. Well, I guess with that said then, what was I gonna say? Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? One more thing before we move on. I can show this off on stream too because I was working on it all stream. I have now made a design for Blitzwing and Express. Yeah. I made a design for Blitzwing, and it's G1 Blitzwing. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you go build a bridge and jump off it? So yeah, I made Blitzwing. I think Nick. Okay, so I designed him in a ways where. So I'm actually gonna ask you this, I guess now. Do you mind if like I, in a sense, kind of just merge Brawl and Blitzwing together? In a sense that like Brawl's kind of like replaced by Blitzwing in a sense, or do you want them to be separate?
I want them to be separate.
You want to be separate? Okay.
Because I think they have that dynamic that we gave them.
Oh right, that's right. I forgot where Brawl hates Blitzwing because it's like you're a tank. Yeah, but I'm a tank that can fly. I hate that guy. That's right. Okay. I just wanted to see. But but still, it's Blitzwing. And I did also, and there is some animated reference. You got, you know, ice power and a fire power. So, I, like, I don't think I want to express anime to be Blitzwing to be like anime with the multiple personality, because honestly, like for the idea of like, you know, like the Decepticons being like thugs and gangsters, the idea of just, you know, thug gangster Blitzwing telling you to kill yourself is funny. Actually, what's the what if that's like his catchphrase? Like that's just his go-to line to everyone. It's like, but like
I feel like it would ruin the impact that
True.
the original line would have.
okay, but it's still just a funny line.
I think he should always do something like why don't you transform into a car and drive out of here?
Starscream, do yourself a favor, transform into a plane, and crash and burn.
And crash into a building.
Crash into a building. and crash into a building. Yeah, all right.
I really hope we could get away with that.
At the very least, something like, you know, transform into a plane and go crash and burn somewhere. But I really hope we can get away with, do us a favor, Starscream, transform into a plane and go crash into a building. Gangster Blitzwing. I like the idea of gangster Blitzwing. Actually, you know what? Perfect segue. Speaking of gangsters, not the Penguin's out.
The Peng, the wind. So yes, I've seen the premiere of the spin-off mini series for the Batman called The Penguin. The synopsis is, you know, 1 week after Batman's takedown and arrest of the Riddler, the Falcones are picking up the pieces after head of the family, Carmine, was killed by the Riddler. It's like the Riddler had one hell of a week. So while the restructuring is happening, a lot of Gotham is still kind of dealing with major poverty because FEMA is trying to supply aid to a lot of the sections affected by like a lot of the sections affected by the destruction of the seawall. But you know, there's seemingly no support for it, while the other neighborhoods are seemingly okay and taking advantage of the situation. In comes Oswald, Ozzy. Oz. Here he's given the golden opportunity, you know, the golden ticket, as it were, to finally set out what he's always wanted to do, and that's this show.
And how is it so far?
Pretty damn good.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the review. If Not says it's good, it's good.
Okay, everybody, let's go home.
Let's go home.
Not the last one has spoken.
He has spoken.
All other opinions are completely null and void.
Alright. But it's good. Okay, nice to know.
Yep. I think, like, to be very honest, I think Colin Farrell's portrayal of the Penguin might be my favorite live-action portrayal of the character.
Grant, it's not like really the only competition we have is Danny DeVito.
Well, Danny gave his blessing, so this is
Yeah.
he has ordained this to happen.
He officially has Danny DeVito's blessing.
Nice. Alright. That's great.
Like,
Oh, go ahead.
during the production of the film, Colin Farrell was talking about how with the television show, we're able to explore kind of the facets that the Batman couldn't. Where here we get to show like Penguin not interacting with bats and just in his normal environment, how you can see he normally operates, and how he's normally talking to the other underbosses within the Falcones, and even the Falcones themselves. Like there's an awkwardness even among his own field, and quite a bit of a humility. But make no mistake, there's still a schemer within him. I am tempted to spoil something because
Okay.
it will define like the show going forward. So you guys mind if I do spoil it?
Here I could just put a little spoiler warning thingy again and take it down once you're done. All right. So what's the spoiler?
Alberto is dead.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
There's an opening where Penguin, after like a week later, after a lot of the water has been after a lot of like the water has been drained.
Oh, did he drown?
No. He goes back to the Iceberg Lounge to take some of like the blackmail and possessions of Carmine that he had in his penthouse suite. Obviously, he's going to be using them, for like to sow some seeds. He runs into Alberto. Alberto is proclaiming to him, oh, hey, I am going to completely drop. We're going to move away from drops. We're going to introduce a new drug.
Oh.
I wonder if it's going to be tight.
Oh. Okay.
We don't know yet because it's still kind of a mystery. But like we're introducing, he wants to introduce a new drug into the system. He and Oz have a conversation. Oz kind of just tells him, hey, for me, the game is more than just the women, the money, and the possessions. He starts to talk about like the one gangster in his neighborhood growing up in like the six on Gotham. Of he was the one gangster that everyone knew on the streets, and despite the fact that he met a lot of people, he knew their names. And when that man died, they threw a parade for him in his honor. That's what Oz wants. That's what Oz wants deep down inside. Alberto starts mocking him, kind of just pushing his buttons and pushing his shit. Oz pull out the Glock and filled him with holes.
Oh, okay.
And now, like right before we get to the title screen, Alberto is now dead. We have two dead Falcones, and
wow.
Now power is now within Sophia hands, and that's interesting because so in back room, Rata Lata was updated.
Oh, they're still doing Rata Lata?
Yes, there was a clever moment in the show where obviously someone who's still loyal to like someone from like the forums who are still loyal to Riddler.
One of the Riddler goons.
Have been
so like they're
showing
updating the website.
Yes.
That's actually really cool.
They were going around town, like even on like the subway, and showing people like QR codes to go to a website to see the true stuff behind Gotham. You scan the QR code, you got sent to Rata Lata.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's neat to know. That's still going on. Nice. Nice. Oh, no, go ahead.
So Gotham had to let out some inmates, and that includes Sophia. Now, what is actually interesting is that Sophia is already being named as the Hangman. So
okay, why is that a big deal?
Changus, the sequel to The Long Halloween is called Dark Victory. And it mirrors Long Halloween, where instead of mobsters dying from the killer known as Holiday, who we find out is Alberto. Oh no, not Alberto. That's my fault. We find out it's Harvey Dent's wife. In Dark Victory, cops start showing up dead. And they suspect it was Harvey, who was newly formed as Two-Face. But in the end, Batman and Robin proves that no, it was Sophia orchestrating everything, and she's the one behind the Hangman. So if this is the case, it it's kind of pointing Maroni's in jail. So this is possibly pointing to maybe somewhere down the line a reveal to Two-Face. He's Two-Face, not only is he an important character in both The Long Halloween and Dark Victory, he's also he's just an important character to the Maronis in this in the the Falconies.
Okay.
Um,
Wait, so would this mean then that Two-Face is already a thing in this world? Because we know like Joker's already a thing, even if it's a deleted scene. We know Joker's established. So Harvey's already Two-Face.
yes, like most likely Harvey is already Two-Face.
Hmm. Okay.
So here, okay, so here, I'm just gonna have to, I'm gonna have to see the show further to see if, like, they are going maybe reveal things about Harvey, because at this point they are just mute about it. I bring up because they brought up the Hangman, so like most, like, if they are going down the Dark Victory route, most likely this would mean Two-Face. So Sophia is now in control of the Falconies. While this is also going on, like while Oz, are we out of spoiler talk?
Is this considered spoiler or?
No, I think I wanted to end it off.
Okay, then I'll take it down then. Okay, because I thought you were still talking spoilers, so I took it down.
Well, what I can say is not like spoilers, like outside of like that one that one thing that's happened before the title. Essentially, now that we're out of spoiler talks, I can just say, while Oz was getting rid of quote unquote evidence, he bumps into a bunch of like homeless teenage punks. They were stealing the rims off his car, which it's amazing how many people you tend to meet when you're stealing the tires off your car. He meets Victor, and he kind of forces the kid, to come with him to help him, dispose of the evidence, and basically become his personal driver. And so Oz was thinking about, getting rid of him too, but Victor convinced him, oh no, you should let me. I'm ambition. I'm ambitious. I can be as ambitious as you. You just let me work. But Oz had to change his heart, and now, like, Victor is going to be a major supporting character to this miniseries. Maybe possibly he will have somewhat of a role in the Batman Part 2. But like they are setting up that what do you call it? They are setting up that Oz is going to take over. Is going to profit off this new drug shipment coming in, and it's going to use that to leverage more favor against the other underbosses, because Michael Kelly, he plays one of the other underbosses. And he's trying to muscle Oz out of like the drop, his drop. Now, obviously, because he lost a facility ever since the Batman. So like Oz is going to take the shipment. Originally he was actually gonna run away
Mm.
because he believed like sooner or later Sophia is gonna know about what he did.
Mm.
One thing I kind of liked the most about the episode was Sophia's introduction, because they're sort of they're portraying her as something's kind of deeply wrong about her. You know, she obviously, like they've given her the name of the hangman, so something bad. Like I don't know if it's the same as Dark Victory, if she did murdered a bunch of cops. Something bad did happen that warranted her being sent to Arkham. So like she's out, and like she gets introduced while Cobblepot is just talking to like I can't remember the character's name. I'm just gonna call him Michael Kelly. He's talking to Michael Kelly, and the camera's only focused on Oz. There's someone behind Oz, and like there's someone that just appears behind Oz, and the camera's not focused on it. It's just complete. The character's in a complete blur, and it isn't until Michael Kelly points it out that Sophia doesn't. The camera focuses on Sophia being. So like, yeah, there is a sense of something. Sophia is going to be dangerous. And she's going to be dangerous, and she might not be altogether there. This isn't now changes. This isn't a mafia story if it doesn't deal with it doesn't deal with like the protagonist's relationship with his mother. Which Oz has a pretty good relationship with his mother.
Oh, well, that's nice.
In fact, he is very close to his mother, because there's something going wrong with her.
Just in the morning, suppressed memories. That is so quite fun.
No, no, Nick. I'm sorry. I might have said that wrong. It's not. It's not some freaky stuff happening. It's
Is some type of illness?
Yep. Let's just say her.
Is it cancer?
Nope. It's arguably something worse.
I'm gonna go with dementia. That's like the next big illness that media portrays as bad as or worse than cancer. Is it dementia?
Yes.
She's
early onset. So, she's still having. She can still function. She's still having.
But she has her moments.
Yeah. Yeah, like he starts talking to her about why is the water in the tub in the bathroom, why is it so full? And she's describing all because she was washing up the kids. And, it hints at the fact that Oz has a brother. They're probably gonna mention his brother later and what happened to him, if he's alive or not, but you get a sense of his mother's memory is starting to kind of collide with each other. So now an interesting aspect is actually there's a sense you get in the show that Oz's mother could be very much the inspiration for him to want to be, gangster. Because, Oz's mother more or less, Oz's mother, more or less, is someone who keeps like essentially, she every time Oz tries to throw in the towel, it says, you know, and like tries, in this case, try to run away. She says, you're not some pussy. You're strong. You're strong, stronger. She said Oz did a good thing doing what he did to a certain person. So there's that sense of his him and his mother clearly loves him and clearly loves her, but she may not be the most positive influence, but deep down inside, she is so a loving parent. Like we get to see Salvatore Maroni.
Let's go, Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown.
That's honestly one thing that sold me on the show. When I heard Clancy Brown's gonna be Salvatore Maroni, it's like, Clancy Brown. Yeah, it's like, Clancy Brown, let's go.
So Clancy Brown sold. Shut up. You don't need to say anymore.
So how is he a Salvatore Maroni?
He is very good. Oz visits him in Blackgate, so we can see parts of Blackgate. So like he tries to cut a deal with Sal. To be like, oh no, like I'm wanting to switch sides. I wanted to be like a double agent. Chang is Nick. The Penguin is trying to be like Mac. He's going to play both sides. So
oh, okay.
so like he's trying to convince Sal, hey, like yeah, I can be your in the Falcones. I can cripple them from the inside, and then like once you get out, and like all the boys are here, we can control like the new drugs. One thing I like about the show is that Oz is very clever, but everyone has known Oz for years, so like they know like completely that like Oz is trying to steal something. So like even Sophia and Sal are calling him out on his bullshit. Like Sal pretty much tells him, oh yeah, I remember that time when you said you had my back, and then Carmine spilled all the secrets I entrusted to you. That's the cops. So yeah, like Sal is unease with Oz, but Oz showed him the ring that Carmine stole from him, and he's like, there is a sense of like he's trying to convince Sal to join up with him, and he's going to be playing both sides against each other. Overall, like this first episode sets up a lot of good and interesting things that are going to be set. I am excited to see what's going forward. I want to mention And I want to mention because they're still sticking with the aesthetic of Gotham City from the film.
Oh, awesome.
So like you know, Gotham City here. So like the funniest thing is like it, it's the year 2024 and it still kind of looks like it looks like a city still in the 1970s. It's great.
I honestly, I love that. I love Gotham in the Batman. Nice to know it's still there.
Yeah, like we get a lot of great looking shots of Gotham. It's great. I'm glad like they transferred it over from the movie.
It's not just
From the
Chicago.
Also, Changes, Nick. We now know what state Gotham City is in this universe.
Oh, okay.
You want to guess what state?
I'm gonna guess Ohio.
No, I think it has to be some East Coast city, cause he speaks with like that like what is it?
All right,
like,
second guess.
like that-
Second guess, New Jersey.
It's New Jersey, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, thanks
course
so
it is.
much. Of course, Jersey's.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
It's like, oh, why is everyone such an asshole in Gotham City? It's New Jersey. Oh. Okay, that makes perfect sense. It's Jersey.
Wait. We get Camp Crystal Lake, Tromaville, and now Gotham City.
Oh, is Jason gonna come up and just start killing all the mobsters?
I wouldn't be surprised. That sounds like a Batman story. So like
Hey, wait. Okay, now I gotta look up. Now I'm curious. Now I'm gonna look this up. Does New Jersey have the death penalty? New Jersey was the first state to legislatively abolish the death penalty. No wonder why Gotham's running with criminals. They don't kill anyone. There's no death penalty in the state. Jeez. Okay, that makes perfect sense now. Oh my gosh. Gotham being in Jersey just makes perfect sense now. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so then how come... Why isn't Robert Pattinson then speaking with that Jersey accent then, huh?
Well, remember, Genghis, he's part of high society.
Oh, right.
So like, and also he's not ethnically Italian.
Oh, okay, true.
So like, of course, he wouldn't speak like made men like the Falcones or the Mulroneys, and also like he's not from that neighborhood. He's from like
right.
So
Right. Hey, wait. So, I got a question. Carmine's dead, but we got the other Falcones. Do they got someone playing him in like a flashback or something?
So due to scheduling conflicts, this hurts him because John Turturro wanted to come back. John Turturro really wanted to come back.
What was the conflict with?
I think he's doing a movie. Let me double check.
Okay, I'm gonna look at John
Well, if he's doing the movie, I'm gonna go see it.
Yeah, that Turturro. There's just straight up an article saying why he was recast. Okay, but I want to see his filmography. What's the movie he's on right now?
He's doing a film. Oh, Pedro Aldemar. Altovar, and it's going to be his first English language full length debut. That's interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's doing a film with
The
Pedro.
Room Next Door. Okay. Huh. Okay. So he's doing a Spanish drama.
You want you want want to see if you guys want to see a film that's deeply comfortable
Mhm.
and also stars Antonio Banderas.
Mm.
Watch the
Mm.
sorry I was just
No, it's fine.
watch The Skin I Live In.
The Skin I Live In.
Yes.
Hmm.
Uh, but like yeah like John had they ran into scheduling conflicts, so like John couldn't come back to kind of reprise his role as
Carmine.
Carmine. So in all the flashbacks going forward, Mark Strong is going to be which is still good. Like I like Mark Strong.
Mark Strong's good too. I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like Mark Strong, but it's just interesting that Carmine went from Hispanic to British.
I know.
Does Strong just like use his normal voice, or does he put on a like some kind of performance?
He'll probably put on some performance. Like I remember, like Mark Strong, despite being English, his father's Italian. So like,
okay.
he would very much know that like how he talks and like a lot of that. So,
okay.
So like I'm sure he's gonna put like
he's gonna emphasize the Italian.
Yes.
Okay. All right then. That really is a shame though they couldn't get John Turturro back.
I know. What are you gonna do?
Because he was great as Carmine.
I know. He's amazing, Carmine.
Carmine, I want you to put the fear of God in that guy. That was a great line. And all right, but this is it's a good show so far.
Yes, it is a very good show so far. Like everyone's on top of their form, especially Colin, which like the makeup they have on him is still impressive. So amazing how much like they were able to transform him.
Yeah.
One thing I want to mention, one thing I really want to mention is so after the crash he was in, he now has a brace, and now he now has like very much a limp type walk.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Yeah, like
that's great.
I wanted to say this like last Saturday because when I wanted to think about like covering the Batman again. I love how much the Batman is and especially this movie. It's not well, not this movie, this show. How it doesn't feel like it's embarrassing being based on a comic book.
Mm.
You know, like the Batman has like moments. Will have moments in things that will still like that still feel very comic booky, but they don't do it like they don't do ironically, or they don't feel embarrassed doing it. They just do it because it's like, you have to, because they acknowledge it is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like here what do you call it? Here Oz, he has scars on his face,
Mm-hmm.
which, if you don't know Batman, if you're not aware of like comics and Batman and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
you'd think, it's like Scarface, like because part, the show is inspired by like, obviously it's very much inspired by like The Godfather
Mm-hmm.
and Scarface.
Mm.
So like, he looks, he has scars on his face, like that Al Capone look, but the scars are like, the scars makes it look like he has a beak.
Mm.
And now because of a because his foot is now permanently inflamed and like kind of mutilated.
Mm.
He now has to wear a brace, and he now waddles when he
Mm-hmm.
has a bit of a waddle when he's walking.
Mm.
It's like they give that impression of just like that the penguin,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't feel ashamed by doing it.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
yeah. One thing I want to mention that I actually found kind of amusing
Mm.
was like the Batman was PG-13.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got their one, they were allowed to use one F word,
Uh-huh.
and like despite the fact that the film itself, very very unnerving film,
Mm-hmm.
it really does push its PG-13 rating.
Mm-hmm.
This show, when they realize, oh yeah, we're going to be showing this on HBO, they're like, great, we don't have any.
we don't need to make it PG-13 anymore.
It's like, yeah, we can say the F word, and we can show.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
We can show like a bit like
This is
some blood,
Mhm.
and a bit of frontal nudity. So like, we can stretch our legs with this.
Mhm.
Yeah. I find that funny. I find that funny.
Mm.
Like, as a result,
$10 a month for Max.
yeah.
Cause like I had an HBO Max subscription before I have an account, so like I'm trying to remember how much is it for me, again, to like go back. Oh man, that's their minimum plan. So. Is it worth the $10 a month minimum? Not.
I think the show is very much worth it. But,
Hmm.
Like, I don't condone. If you have to pay $10 a month,
Uh-huh.
not really condoning things, but I do think.
Hmm. Okay. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but no, like this show is great. It is a shame that we are at a point. We're at a point in time um, where we kind of went back to just like funny enough, like the show is on a premium channel, and now streaming services feel like premium channels again.
Oh wait, I think I had a subscription for HBO Max, but not Max.
Really, it doesn't transfer over a lot of that stuff.
Cause I don't remember my password. It's like I didn't get any email from this. So I was like, I don't think it transfers. Oh my gosh, ad free, $17 a month. Okay, no, like $10 a month with ads. That's a little pushing it, but 17 a month for ad free. No, I'm not doing it. It's not worth it. It's not worth $17 a month just for no ads. That's no, that's ridiculous. How did you watch this? Not. Do you have a Max account?
Uh, like I use an exploit that a family friend
Ah. Okay.
provided to us.
Ah.
I can try to give you that exploit.
Uh-huh.
But no, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't. Outside of Prime,
Mhm.
but I just use Prime normally for like
Right.
the packages. Like
Yeah.
outside of like Prime, I don't hold any uh
Yep.
subscription.
Mhm.
Like I don't hold any subscriptions anymore for other things.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Just seeing 17 a month for ad free, like, damn. At this point, like, already you're selling about a penguin, but like, man, this show must like blow me off my seats. Like, it's gotta make, it's gotta like make me go, oh. Otherwise, what the fuck? Jeez. But it is a good show though so far. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, it is a good show so far.
Okay. All right then. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say about the penguin? Not?
I think I've said plenty.
You said plenty. Okay.
I recommend. I am looking forward to seeing new episodes every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Do I get paid? HBO.
Dude, are you gonna pay us back HBO for $17 a month? I'm. Am I crazy for just being stuck on that? $17 a month?
Bucks a month? No, I don't think you're crazy at all. That's outrageous.
Ah. Oh my gosh. Alright. Well, I'll find a way to watch the Penguin. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'll cough up $10 for with ads. I'll deal with it or something, who knows. But yeah, I really want to see the series. It's just those some outrageous prices though. But hey, at least it's nice to know the show's good though. So nice. Okay, and guess with that said then, that's gonna be it for the podcast. Yeah. And we have hit midnight. So we've gone for 4.5 hours now. So not too bad. Not too shabby. Alright, so with that said then, I think we'll call the stream here. So yeah. So yeah. Thanks for everyone who showed up. Thanks for everyone watching in the replays. Go watch The Penguin. Especially go watch Transformers 1. I cannot recommend that movie enough. And yeah, so until next time, good night!